Drawing freer and fan out. I can zoom in more. I have a hard time knowing what I should practice. Any suggestions? All right, we got to do one mandatory, before we begin, we got to do one mandatory book plug. You know, got to practice the 25 drawing exercises. 25 drawing exercises. Any of the book, any of the pages. Practice straights and curves, ribbons, extrusion, rotations, any of these exercises. BrokenDraw.com. Although you probably just saw that video. Broken, do you ever try to draw with a fountain pen like the Pilot? I have the Lamy Safari right here. Yeah, I do. Just on live stream, I only draw with the ink pen because every other pen's really hard to actually get on camera. So this is easier to, and it's a big paper, so. Did anyone else get an ad? I hope so, but no, I think it's different timings. Kieran, do you watch anime? I haven't in a long time, but I did. I mean, Naruto was the place to be. Okay. How about putting the figure in different scenes? Kind of struggling with that. It'll always be a matter of your basic form construction, seeing the basic volumes. You'll see here as we draw this, the quality of your understanding is dependent on the clarity of your construction. So, like, what I mean by that is I can only draw a donkey well if I understand how primitively the form of the donkey is. Like how at a basic level a donkey's form is decided. And at a basic level, a donkey is basically the letter L. Like, if you're going to simplify a donkey, what you're going to do is... Should I be drawing this? No, I'll get another piece of paper. Oh, what am I talking about? Get another piece of paper. Kieran, that's such a cool name. My name's Quincy. Oh, cool. Hi, Quincy. That's a cool name, too. I guess we haven't met, but hey, we have now. Okay, so a donkey at its essence, if you see what I'm drawing, I'm basically thinking of the letter L in perspective. Right? And then I'm thinking of when I attach the body, it'll be a box, something like this. That being the pelvis, right? And then cylinders for the legs. This will basically be what I'm drawing, and then we'll figure out the rest. But that's what I'm trying to discover from here. I'm going to try to find that in here. Do you ever feel scared of not using a pencil before the pen? Do you ever feel scared of not using I mean, it's like, it's not scary. I don't know if you guys know what scary is. Yesterday, some dude climbed like one of the tallest towers in Taiwan without a rope. So that's scary. This is not scary. This is once you accept that you're going to make mistakes, it doesn't really matter. It's all the same. How would you rate yourself versus older professional artists on YouTube? Well, they're professional, I'm not. So, yo, Big H, we got Big H in the chat. Some dude is Alex Honnold. It was Alex Honnold, the legend himself. I didn't want to alienate anybody. I mean, yeah, he's a legend. I remember watching Free Solo. Bro, that's like the scariest movie I watched that year. Like, that beats out any horrors. Bro, what is... Keep getting... I got Australian Christian rap last time on my shuffle. I'm like, what is this YouTube algorithm feeding me, bro? Alex Honnold feats are so crazy that climbing the building was probably one of the... Yeah, I was thinking, like, they wouldn't live stream it if it was so hard, because you have to account for the pressure he has in that moment. So I assume, I mean, the building, most of it was, for him, probably, like, easy. Literally watching a legend in the making. Oh, thank you, Q Hui. I appreciate you. Yeah, the question about where do I compare for the other pros, for the pros on YouTube, I would, I mean, I would say for most of the, I mean, there's some big channels where the artists aren't like in industry, but any industry is professionals. I'm like probably 7 to 10 years behind them in terms of drawing experience, just objectively. But then there's some like artists who are more like YouTubers, as in they got like me. I'm a professional, but only because of YouTube. Technically, like without. I teach, but it's not. I'm not industry professional. Although, I mean, I don't even really. That wouldn't be my goal, but. But I'm aware that I couldn't if I wanted to today. Well, I maybe could, but I'd have to train a lot more. Like, I'm so blessed I get to draw on paper. If you're working if you're a professional in the industry, you usually have to draw on digitally, and I do not like that. I don't hate it, but I definitely prefer to draw on paper. Bro, what are these songs? This is so Duke. I got hand sweat from watching the climb. That's crazy. I saw Kim Jung Gi drawing live in Barcelona. It's a memory I'll cherish forever. That's amazing. Is that a YouTube channel or an actual course? Challenge 52? Author has a 52-week course you can follow. It's a free course. It's like a structured year-long challenge. It's also a YouTube channel. Well, it's not a YouTube channel. Authoro is the YouTube channel. I don't know really how to draw donkeys, so this is going to be a little bit of a tough ask, but we'll see what we can do. I already made this dude pretty beefy. I like the idea of shading as I go. It keeps me loose, I think, and like we're not going to worry too much. The shape design of I really do want to push the shapes and have fun, so remind me to keep it loose. Shape design is not strong so far, but we always warm up into this. I mean, that's the nature of Like if you draw all, I just want us to be doing these more, because if I do this every day, I see fast improvement. So we're seeing the beginning. And I should be working, truthfully, I should be working a bit broader. Like I should be drawing the silhouette fully, as opposed to, like I should be doing something like this, being a bit more bold. That comes with it certain risks, but the alternative is, I would say, riskier. Okay, those are legs, I guess. I'll answer questions in a bit. I'm just going to lock in for a sec. So save your questions, or I'll catch up with the chat. I guess we've decided the horizon line has to be somewhere near here, otherwise our flow grid's wrong. This dude's not happy. Can I ask about your website, Broken Draw? I don't receive any PDF file on my Gmail. You have to confirm the email. And then it probably sent to your spam, low key. Or if you didn't send it recently, like last week I was having a problem with it. Dmitry Korolev. The answer to your question is right here. I just farted. Man, love that. What up? I'm kidding, I have a girlfriend. For me, if it's structured properly and something you follow weekly, as long as time goes along, it's of course fair enough. Do you cover, or will you cover, putting the figures in different scenes and type of exercise one can do to practice? Yeah, I mean, ask me a question about it. How old are you, please? I'm 22. Hi, my name is Abdullah. Hi, Abdullah. Age doesn't matter or not. That's a fact. Okay. So another fact is I'm trying to practice value. I was doing some exercises this week that I was trying to figure out how to value things and how to light, and I think I figured some stuff out, so we'll incorporate it this week and see if it helped. And I'm so excited. I've spent the last few days just knee deep in trying to write stuff about the upcoming workshop and course. And I'm so excited because when the course and the workshop does come out, my one goal is to make it, here's the goal for the course. In 8 weeks, you will make the best drawing you have ever made to this day, up until this point. And that's the goal for my course. Like, if not, if that doesn't happen, then I failed. And I'll see if there's some like money back guarantee I can make for that. And I know that can happen because after practicing just a few exercises and learning a few things, I found that in an 8-week period, I made the best thing I made ever, like week after week after week. So I'm super excited to share what I'm making eventually when it's ready, because I think it'll genuinely be like the best course a lot of people have taken. That's my goal, is to make the best workshop money can buy. So super excited. It's taking me a long time because I want to, like, that's a hard thing to achieve. But I'm starting by going all the way back to where do issues arise? Why does it feel so hard to draw? And yeah, I just can't wait to show you guys. It'll be really dope. And as I improve, it's all the more evidence that it works, because I mean, I was by no means talented at art. I'll tell you that much. You guys can watch my videos to see what my art as a kid was like. I had zero sense of design at all. So if I can do it, you guys can too. You guys can definitely do it if I'm going to create. Do you incorporate values? Not colors, but values, absolutely. Like this, I incorporate how to draw what you see. And the world is made up of 3 things that no matter, if you can see, the world is made up of one of these 3 things. It's values, shapes, and forms. Everything we see has one or all of these things. If you can't see, if there's no values and there's no shapes and there's no form, then you can't see it. If it has a form, the only way you can tell it has a form is by its shape, its form, or its value, right? So relating to that is, these are the things you can see. How can we record these things on paper? What filter does it have to go through in our brain for our eyes to see it and then for our hand to depict it? And so that's what the course is about. It's like, it's a different approach than I've seen any courses ever taught. It doesn't teach you one thing. It's not just perspective. It's not just form. It's not just value. It's a combination of all the most, it's like, yeah, it's just how to draw what you see. It'll explain perspective, it'll explain values, it'll explain shapes, proportion, measuring. Aren't forms just 3D shapes? Forms aren't, forms are 3D shapes, yeah. But there's a variety of things, like all this is form so far. Form affects how you light. Form affects what texture something is. Form affects so much. So and just as much shape and light does as well. Was I in the middle of a sentence? Did I just trail off? I feel like I was saying something and I just started getting sucked into this. Have you ever considered doing art professionally? Freelance work, a company or something? I've considered it for sure. I mean, that was the idea. If I wasn't doing YouTube, I would have to get a job because what else are you going to do, right? But I always knew, I made a time capsule 5 years ago where I was like, I want to get a job, but I want the job to sort of be my springboard into making like YouTube videos. Luckily that happened much sooner and I didn't have to get a job. Yeah. It's so fun to watch and your art's also good. Thanks, Poseidon. You're a legend. This is like bootleg Last of Us. Joel got off. Joel in the wrong universe. Are you using reference or drawing from imagination? Just drawing from imagination. Just hanging out. I have confirmed my subscription. Do I have to wait for the... Yeah, if you confirmed it, it should arrive in a few minutes. I'm sure Zigzagger says I'm sure it's helped you on your journey a lot too, and I love that for you. Thanks. Yeah, it's been interesting. Not having like learning on my own has taken me down alleys that I think I'm not sure if I'm learning faster than if I would at school, but it's definitely taken me in a more unique direction because I'm not drawing for industry. Although that's also why I'm not qualified to give advice on how to get pro, which is why I don't really ever make videos about how to turn pro. Because I'm not a pro. I can make videos on how to make YouTube videos, but that's my only credential really. Or how to draw, but not for getting into an industry. Because I don't know. Although I do wonder when I could be qualified to get into the industry. I do wonder about that. I should have left some highlights on this horse. I'm back. My phone died. I gotta hit legs now. Oh, that's so hard. I drew without guidelines. I think I got worse at sketching. Yeah, I mean, you will be worse at like this is probably the worst way to draw. As in, if you want better art, you're probably gonna get better art when you give yourself more than one iteration that's permanent. But that's the fun of this. We're Alex Honnolding the paper. Hey Viggy, your visual library and shapes keep getting more detailed yet clearly graphical in their silhouettes. Your clean up. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised. We did some value studies this week, so that might be why. Value studies, here's something that I'm so excited about talking about more, is cross-disciplinary learning is so effective. It's so effective. And it's not even a question as to why, because imagine this. Imagine you're invested heavily in one totem pole, one vertical of skill. What am I doing here? So let's say drawing skill, but then there's painting, right? Let's say there's painting. Painting and any other type of visual discipline you could have. Let's say cinematography, which is like composition, stuff like that. Let's say there's many different aspects of what you could learn. I thought for a while you need to be specialized, and the more specialized you are, the better you'll get. But here's what happens. Each thing you learn adds to 1 unit of competence, right? So let's say in the drawing sphere, you're 20 units of competence high. In the painting sphere, you're 0. In the composition sphere, you're 0. it takes 1 hour or a certain amount of time, a certain unit of time converts to a certain unit of competence, right? If I spent 1 unit of time to get 1 unit of competence here and increase my drawing skill from 20 to 21, I just became 20 to 21. That's about a 5 or less % growth. Whereas if I invest that same unit from 0 to 1, that's an infinite growth in my skill. And if I invest another unit, that's a 100% increase in skill, and so on. The less you know about a topic, the more you learn about it in that same period of time, right? Because there's so much to learn in such a short period of time. So when you start, and what this now means is for all your knowledge in drawing, you can now connect it to more and more variations of your knowledge in painting. And these variations themselves create new branches of knowledge that you would not have realized in your single vertical. So branching out, and when you include all these other stuff, you start exponentially improving your understanding because you're able to draw from cross disciplines. And that's how, like, I didn't practice drawing from imagination recently, but I now know how to paint a little bit better because I did a value study and I can incorporate that into my drawing. So I just found that interesting. I'm like, I used to think I had to just focus. It's tough because you have to do both. You have to focus on one thing for a long time. You have to focus on other stuff. You have to draw a lot. You have to not burn out. Everything is just like, it's just hard until something breaks, something clicks. Let's see. Drawing without guidelines is 10 times more difficult and requires so much more cognitive effort, which is why it's worth it. Yeah, it's definitely harder. You'll be garbage in the beginning, but you'll be training intention and forethought while applying. Yeah, you have to draw enough. It's the way I think about it is like memorizing lyrics to a song. The only way to really memorize it is to become so familiar with it that it's just in your head. But you will memorize a song faster if you're able to read the lyrics at the same time, right? That's what guidelines are. Guidelines are, you get to see it there as you're drawing. And slowly, what you might want to do is maybe take away lyrics slowly. And so you only memorize a few of them. And then over time, I mean, that's not how people memorize music. You memorize it by just getting so familiar with it that you no longer need to see it, right? If you listen to a song hundreds of times, it'll just be remembered. Be honest, did you read Omphalos? Did I read Omphalos? Bro, I got Omphalos. I'm not going to take it out because it's sort of organized on a shelf here, but here. Where's Omphalos? You guys can't see it, but it's right there. It's in the corner. I don't know if you can see it. It's that book or that book. That book. One of them. My school was selling it. I gotta get my hands on that. Didn't expect you to be honest. Damn. Bro, we don't lie here. My thing is, I'll be honest. You guys just don't be judgmental. Who doesn't like to see NSFW work from Kim Jung Gi, bruh? I'm only a perv. Okay. Trying to play with textures more too. Just vary up. The textures are how light reacts to an object. That's basically what it is. You're trying to indicate light's reaction to something. The back of a donkey's legs are always the real confusing ones. Again, I'm just going to try to draw this silhouette and try to not get cooked. Yeah, I got cooked. Ah! We're okay. Bruh, hair. What? Still not impressed. Wait, are you cooking me? Are you? Is that an insult? Hey, I'm watching this live stream before driving to my art college. Heck yeah. I don't think you guys know how hard it is to draw with the guidelines. Kim Jung Gi more than he's been alive. That's why he knows how to use the guidelines. The thing is, you hide guidelines in your drawing. You hide the construction. It's definitely not easy, but it's for sure. It's like you just memorize it. The guidelines never change. They're always the same. Like the perspective grid is one thing. It's just any like 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, and 5 point all exist on the same spectrum. It's just a matter of how much you're compressing it. So the pattern exists the same way, and it's literally just something that's in front of you dilates outward. So I think these can go in shade. EOS. Ben Eblin and I keep streaming at the same time. That's so funny. I guess he's always streamed on Sunday afternoons, and I never realized. Can I ask you about your favorite art style in anime? In anime? Mob Psycho for sure. Mob Psycho's beautiful. Love that. Love that. Okay, that's kind of cooked, but I forgot how to draw animals, which I'm kind of sad about, but Oh, bruh, I'm not even drawing on this. Storyboard artist here. Love the book. Keeps awesome. Hey, what? Cool. Thanks. So glad you. Wow. So impressed. Thanks. I don't see any videos of art on your channel. Oh, half piece 8. Bro, let's not cook up half piece. That, not a donkey. That a mule. A mule a bit larger than a donkey because they crossbreed a donkey. Kids these days, they know nothing. You know, I guess you're right, shit. I didn't know about all that. Oh, elephant. Yeah, we got an elephant in the joint. I don't really know what elephant ears are shaped like, so kind of looks like a bat. I think he's Jewish. Driving to college now. Our college now. Bye. Hey, see ya. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm not gonna take you with me, so you're gonna stay here. Actually, I could just mute. That's risky. Oh, there's a mute button here. No, there's not. No, I'm just gonna leave you here. I have to draw more dynamic things. That's for sure. He said something back to us. I gotta draw something more dynamic. I've decided. Yo, you didn't hear that. I know you didn't, because I made sure to pee quietly. And I actually had a very slow stream. So I caught you this time. You guys are lying to me. Okay. Yeah, the pieces that feel nice, the ones that are coming at us, right? So let me not be afraid to really push the space here. We are about eye level wise, like shoulder level. So what's that shoulder height? Actually, I don't need to worry too much. I'm not gonna make my life harder. I'll just draw what feels right. What do elephant ears look like, bro? I can't imagine they just look like giant human ears. You should try pulling the perspectives back so you can zoom on ligaments and stuff in the forefront. Perspective back. On ligaments. I don't know what that means. Obviously you know what you're doing. Not really. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but how can I pull the perspective back? Hey T-Bone, thanks. I'm just gonna play around and see what feels right. I want something dynamic, that's for sure. Let's just draw something dynamic. You want to draw something? You want it to be dynamic? Draw something dynamic. No duh. Let's give ourselves a problem to solve. This is how you do it. You want it to be dynamic? Throw something at it. Like a pitcher throwing a baseball. Look for a dynamic look. Yeah, I'm trying to make, I'm trying to make something dynamic here. So I think, I need a foreground element that really pushes the space. And there's a number of things we can do here. So it doesn't mean I have to keep the same perspective either. I could just want something cool in the foreground. Maybe I just go with, I could do a tile. I could do I'll do a car. Let's see. Should be doing more studies of cars because I have a vague idea only of what they look like. A deficit I need to remedy. And I should draw the silhouette first. So let's do the silhouette. Oh shoot, this is not accurately car shaped right now. What could I do to fix that? It's technically car shaped if I go with a different direction. So this now has become the this has become the back of the car. And this is now the front of the car. It had to be that way, guys. I had no other choice. And this will just have to be the car got smashed. Yeah, we'll do it so that like, we'll do it so that the car, yeah, this is a car light hanging out. Oh, you guys can't see it. That's what we're doing. You caught alive. Welcome. What up? The nice thing is it's actually, you don't need perspective like super solid. It just needs to be believable enough. That's the cool thing. You have kind of a lot of room for mistakes. People will believe you if you make it believable enough. Bird driving. Right. Gives you the slow without just being a side profile. You should make the elephant. I could have the elephant being in a car. Definitely could. Now the elephant could be in a new perspective if I wanted, for sure. He's in a car too. Little traffic jam. Talk about headroom. Looks like an old Chevy K5. I don't know. Do you ever do a comic one day? Ugh. Oh, that's not water. Oh. Do you ever do a comic one day? Maybe a Sunday stream would be a comic stream. I could try. Yeah, I could. No reason why not. don't know if y'all heard that noise. That's kind of cool. Crazy. Dope cats. Where are the cats? Dope cars. Yeah, where are the cats at? W hair. Is my head in the frame again? Ooh. My bad, guys. Hold on, I gotta tweet this. I gotta post it on stream on Instagram. Live now. Come say hi. How's that, guys? Do we get that? Do we get the approval? Live now. Come say hi. I think that's mighty inviting. Let's see. Doing this shit, no sketch is absolutely devious. Thanks. Now that we have this, did I do this line by accident? Where'd this line come from? It'll have to be our road texture now. But it's okay. Roads have texture. I think that's my order. Hello? Hi, is this Walmart? Sorry? $5B? I'll be down, thank you. Hi, I'll be there in a second, thank you. Guys, I gotta run. Coming now. Gotta run. BRB. Coming on my way now. Oh boy, well, my groceries came. Oh. Oh, bye guys. Okay. Whew. Okay. So we got some pens. We got some pens, guys. I mean, I gotta pack I got groceries just sitting there now. I got milk in there. I got eggs. So I gotta go for a sec. But we'll deal with that later. Someone remind me though. Okay, but let me put you guys on some game here. These are the best pens, bro. I love these pens. Athoro gave me one of these. He has like 40 of them. You know, you just got. They are truly the best price big pens too. They're amazing. And $2. $2 for. I pay $4 for this. This is $2, bro. Come on. Anyway, let me. Whew, all right. I'll answer some questions. I will. Bro, this. I cannot believe the terrible songs that are coming on my playlist right now. What are these? Okay, here we go. My table just stood up. Broken Jaw got gym music playing in his earbuds. I think I see a bug in your hair. Don't be doing that. I wanna get it. Okay. Oh, the hair, bro. The hair. Every time. My bad. I'll just do this. What am I doing? I see a speck. You see no specks, bro. There's no speck. I make sure to not be caught lacking on streams. Bro's Darth Vader confirmed. Oh no. Yeah, I have a problem with my breathing. Well, actually, the problem is I put the mic like right in front. Sketchbook tour is coming next week. The next video is what I mean. I'll remember not to breathe like Darth Vader too, my bad. I just get lost in the sauce, guys. Oh, again. Gosh. Damn. Okay. My posture's so bad. I see a mini Kim Jung Gi here. I breathe like Tony Soprano. No hair in the way. Actually, I can just solve this problem if I just do this. Did you go to art school? For a bit, yeah. Didn't guess chicken hole in the rocket launcher though. The hair in drawing is fighting for the camera's attention for real. Hey, the camera's a much sought after commodity. Doesn't know who to... Everyone's fighting for its attention, bruh. I know, I'm like dying California. Is that A3 print paper? I think so. A lot of fill out. I know that I'm good for you, but you kinda... Okay, give me 2 minutes. Let's put a... Okay, here. Will you be drawing? While you be drawing this, I'll be drawing Kim Jong-un. That's a good one. Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong. Yeah. What we're gonna do, guys, 2 minute timer. 2 minute timer. I'll be back in that time. All dishes, all materials packed in the fridge, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. Bro, I'll be back, okay? Don't even... Here. Are we ready? I got 2 minutes. I got like 3 bags worth of stuff. Here we go. You guys can hear me. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Okay, spinach in the freezer. Not the freezer, the fridge. Ooh, beef. Bananas. We got bananas. an onion that all goes in the same place. There we go. Protein powder. Hell yeah. What else? What else? Tomatoes. Bro, look at me eating healthy. Truth is, these are all gonna go rotten in the fridge, but it's the thought that counts. Ooh, candy. Yay. Magnesium. We're healthy out here. Green onions. Grapes. Ugh. Doesn't matter where it goes right now, just that it goes in the fridge. I think I have a minute left. Let's see. Eggs, milk, yogurt, and then we're done. Eggs, milk, and yogurt. Now I have 2 cartons of eggs in the fridge. I don't know why. Milk. Here we go. Milk, finally. Boom. Yogurt. Yogurt. Yogurt's in the fridge. I did it. Ha 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 ha. Minute and a half, bro. Easy work. And we got candy. Hey. Woo. There we go. That was a task. Okay. Woo. We're gonna take a candy break. I have a sweet tooth. We got sour fun sticks, guys. Let's see just how fun this is. Okay, I'm prepared to laugh. How does it look this good, man? Oh, thanks. Dictatorship level art, something to be proud of. I feel like you'd die if you drew him in North Korea. How fun is this? Spinach and Alfredo, that sounds good. Yeah, spinach is good. I have it in a smoothie. I don't cook. I do everything I can to not cook. It's pretty good. Pretty fun. Okay, I'm tired. Okay. Hey, broski. Watching while cooking dinner. Thanks for the background noise. Shiggy. I like your style, man. You sound cool. I've been watching since your first videos and I'm very amazed at how quickly you've improved your ability to draw from imagination. It's like you discovered some kind of secret. It's like what I'm saying in my videos, bro. It's like it works. You stream often? I feel like I've never seen a live icon before. Stream maybe once a week. Recently I've started more. So no, I don't stream often. I'm gonna. You said you're still studying art in one of your videos. If that's the case, what do you think you can still get better at? Everything. Everything. There's nothing I have understood fluently yet. Sound like Raymond from Everyone Loves Raymond. I don't know much about Raymond, but it sounds like people like him, so not upset about that. Oops. Do you also work a job? No, YouTube's just my... I do YouTube and teaching now, basically. Trying to see how long I can do that. Got a dapper frog. See, guys, it's all starting to come together. We understand only an hour later why the donkey was giving stink eye. By teaching, do you mean in person or online mentorship? Online mentorship classes, online. I don't do mentorships right now because I'm preparing for a workshop, but your new anatomy video helped me a lot. Just want to say that. Thank you so much. Thanks, Jules. Love that, Divvy. Do you try and visualize what you're wanting to draw on paper before you start? I have a vague idea. Like for this frog, I figured my thought process was I need something here that could be, let's say, shoulder, waist height. And I'm going to put a box here, but what could go on top of a box? Well, a frog is small. I could have a frog facing this composition. And so that's the idea. Because I need something to help frame this here. So you'll see here. This frog is going to be sitting. Because I need some sort of box to frame, to help me fill out this frame here. And then I'm not sure yet whether, yeah, I think this will be its own scene. This will be its own scene, and we'll figure it out. So right now I'm trying to figure out, as you can see, we're going to build out this box. I think this is actually relatively, it's really good to draw basic stuff because then you can fill your scene up. I realized something. It's everything we think we need to do is opposite. You're saying I grew a mustache? Thanks. Everything, thanks, Akeem. Says you've gotten so good. Everything we think matters is like the opposite of what actually matters when it comes to the art. It's like it's not the flashy stuff that makes a drawing look cool. It's the believable details, the little patch here, the little textures here. It's drawing boxes. It's figuring out what things look real, and like that's where a lot of the magic comes from. So don't neglect the boring stuff, is my point. Bye. Bye. No, 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 no. Keep up the tough ad drawings. Thanks. I have one question regarding studying instructional art books. Do you draw every drawing in the book while studying? No, but a lot of people do. Like Boyan _K does. It's definitely not a bad thing to do. I frankly just don't have the discipline for that. But I do copy drawings. It's just that I'm relatively like, I don't do anything like arbitrarily where it's like, I'm not just going to copy something millions of times. That's a way to definitely improve, but I just don't think I have the patience for that. I do a lot more note taking and like just, I think you'll improve faster if you do that though. Because Boyan's crazy. See, the story's becoming clear. This dude's like, the horse is like, yo, why is this dude flipping me off? Tell me if there's a budget Fude brush pen. Nah, dog. Unfortunately not. Do you have any form of paper or any form of pen? Huh? Do you find yourself compressing things while drawing? I started imagining 3D on paper, only 2D form that makes it feel... I don't know what that means. I'm broke. Can you please tell me which pen you're using? Right here. That's enough to get you as good as Kim Jung Gi. I don't know what these questions... I'm confused. Yeah, you don't need any... This is not going to make you as good as Kim Jung Gi. It's just a pen. Well, nothing's going to get you as good as Kim Jung Gi, unfortunately, but... I loved your Lightbox video. What was your favorite part of the Lightbox? Ooh, favorite part of Lightbox? I do love the airport. I mean, it was kind of crazy just talking to those artists and learning a lot. Oh, is it the favorite part? It was cool. I got to talk to them after the show. I ended up like going to... We couldn't get into a restaurant, but we talked for a couple hours outside the show. And we got to... Actually, I went to pizza with a couple of guys. Some Italian guys. Pretty cool. They were chill. Any tips on not smearing the ink in your hands? Yeah, start on the right side of your screen. Except this ink just dries right away, so there's no fear. Not Pavel Lesto 4589 says, hi Broken, just want to say you've been drawing for most of my life, been inspired to draw more from imagination. Happy to see you're thriving and finding happiness in art. Thank you so much. Your art looks like Rick and Morty. That's funny. I like that. I like Rick and Morty. How was the game you played? This dude is loading up. Get it right. Okay, in the chair, like legs tucked. 152K when you got 150 last week, bro. You're in on it. I'm an industry plant. Fellas, if we get 50,000 likes on this stream, Broken Jaw will tell us. Will tell us what pen he's using. Bro, it's on the screen right here. It literally says it right here. I'm like, can you draw Goku? I think there's more to it, man. Doing the cube grid is so difficult, man. Main thing I struggle with is matching box sizes. Do you have any tips? Don't say that, user. Yeah, matching the box. For drawing boxes for imagination, like, the main thing is that the matching is gonna be, no matter what angle you choose, you're gonna have the same ratio down the middle. So here, notice the ratio is all maybe 40-60, right? 60 to 40. So as I turn it, the ratio is going to be the same no matter what direction it goes. 6 to 4-ish, if you think of it like this. Right? So these boxes have turned, but they maintain their ratios in space. Notice as a box turns away from us, all that's happening is that the top plane is increasing in size and the bottom planes are decreasing. So as this continues again, now this is like a much more tilted box. But again, 6 to 4 feels the same. Oh, so, yo, why is everyone asking the pen? It's right here. It's right here. I'm using a Pentel brush pen. Do I have to make it bigger? Okay, you guys are trolling me. I just got rage baited. My bad. My bad. My bad. I see it. I read the comments. There's a lot of... I got rage baited. Good job, guys. Good job. Just, you know, next time tell me it was a joke. All right. You caught me lacking. Bro, NF, get out of here. Pen size doesn't matter. Listen up. He's preaching. Pen size doesn't matter. Rage bait successful. It was. What can I say? You guys got me. I was rage baited. I was like, dude, what? How are people not reading this? You know, sometimes you get rage baited. I take my L's where I get them. I'll take the L. I got rage baited. You happy? Okay. Let's keep this going. Sleeves rolled up. Okay, here we go. Draw Goku. I'm not drawing Goku. I'm not doing it. No Goku. Dance. No dance. Have you guys seen that video? The dance, no dance video? I love that. I do love the video of some guy asking Kim Jung Gi what pen he's using, and he just turns around like he's ready to quit the whole drawing. Did you buy the new Tom Fox book? It's not out yet. I want to pre-order it the second. Well, I want to order it when it comes out because I got. I was in London earlier and I would have ordered it, but I thought it came out already. It did not come out yet. You look so sick inside your bed. I can't say it, unfortunately, but I really appreciate your content. I mean, very selective about who I watch and learn from. You're one of them. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. What type of music do you listen to, or what artists? I'm curious. I'm listening to John Bellion right now. Since you're in Montreal, like me, do you speak French? No, I just moved here. I can speak a little bit. Not a lot. I'm gonna lose it with this keyboard exercise. It's weird how it shows a future release date for a book, but 3D Total site doesn't. It looks like you can buy it now. Huh? I don't think it's out yet. I don't know. Do I have a meeting? Oh no, it's a... Don't know what this is. I'll figure it out. Interesting, you just need to draw random stuff and it could... That could be cooler if they weren't always trying to leave Canada. Lol. You don't have to, in Montreal, especially in like the university district areas, you don't need to know French. But as a foreigner who's not naturalized, I'm pretty sure they would not like for me to be representing the city. I think people would prefer if people learned the language. I think. Nice chatting with you. Take care. See ya, Zigzagger. See ya. Oh, not you. See ya. Good night, Broken Draw. See ya, Akeem. They should rename Montreal Broken Draw Real. Yeah, I suggested that to City Hall. I don't know. They kicked me out. Said something to me in French. I don't know. Seems like they don't like that idea as much as we do. Weird. I think I heard a knock on my door. Don't know what this is, but what's his actual name? My name's Tyrion. On these lives, Broken, would you be interested to offer some art critique on people's art? Yeah, I don't mind. I did a critique like that before. For these streams, I tend to just do Kim Jung Gi stuff just because it seems to be more like anytime I've ever done art reviews, no one wants to watch. So if it was the thing people wanted, I would do it more, but I think people prefer to watch. But that doesn't mean I can't critique art. I could probably do breaks and critique art. If people have art they want to show. Don't know if I'd do that today, but yeah, I wouldn't do that today just because it feels more like a Discord thing. Rip broken Discord. Yeah, that's... Sorry, guys. The Discord was originally made so that I would have a place where users could submit stuff. Then I realized it just took too much maintenance. Even things are hard to maintain. Everything you make takes time, and I realized every time I make something new, it's a commitment forever. And I didn't realize that when I made it, that I don't want to do it forever. Then it's like, if you're not doing it forever, why are you doing it? As in, don't invest in something that you're not going to be long-term in. And I knew Discord wasn't going to be a long-term thing, at least not in the state it was. So I should have known, as someone who doesn't really use Discord anyway. I'd barely check my Discord, so I wasn't going to build a new habit out of something that didn't exist before. My bad. Will Smith. He made a free book on how to draw. If you had all day to draw, how do you spend your time wisely to improve? Me? This. I think I improve a lot by doing this with you guys. This is what it's like. You just think. You think through. Are you going to make an art book of your own one day? Yeah, today I just came up with an idea. As I'm trying to teach my course, build the workshop, I came up with an idea for the next educational book. The idea behind the 25 drawing exercises book and why it was free, because I know it's a bunch of exercises, but I did not think it was the synthesis of ideas that would help students the most. So one day, as I do the workshop and a course, and then after learning all that stuff, I'm going to have a holistic understanding of art, and it's starting to piece together. Everything is in a certain order, needs to be accomplished in order to draw well. So once that's done, I have the book idea, and I'm already starting to piece some things together. I can show you guys an idea that will be relevant to the course. I sent it out in my email newsletter today, but it's the idea let's call it the 7 M's to mastery. So let me just draw it. Let's see if I can explain this. So how do you get better at art? How do you get better at drawing? Well, let's imagine that the journey you're going to go on as an artist is one that's like walking up a mountain. Here's you at the bottom of the mountain, right? And on your path up the mountain, there are, obviously we know there's better ways to learn and worse ways to learn. And we know this because people can improve faster or slower, and artists can be amazing or artists can be really bad. The only difference between a 5-year-old and a master in their drawing is the thoughts and choices they make with their pen, right? So what does it look like to go from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain, where we'll call this mastery, right? This is the point of mastery, and that's the M, that's 1 M, okay? Well, you begin at the bottom with no skills, nothing. You begin with nothing, but you do have a mentality, and your mentality is the more important than you think, because it determines whether or not you'll survive the journey up, right? If you have a mentality that's not oriented towards the long-term iterative process of art, you will fail to keep drawing. One example is one bad mentality. Let's compare the amateur versus the pro in these regards. The pro mentality is, I show up every day even if I don't want to, and I know I have to do hundreds of reps before I see improvement. The amateur mentality is, I draw when I want to, and I expect to improve right away. Another one is the amateur compares themselves to people today, whereas the pro compares themselves to themselves yesterday. So mentality is what decides, before you learn anything, it decides how you're going to learn, how well you learn. Second, before you can actually start deciding things about what you're going to draw and drawing well, you have to be able to make your hand do what you tell it to. So if I tell you to draw this shape, can you actually physically control your pen well enough to create the shape? Or is your hand like, right? Dexterity and the actual application of the hand and visual coordination is an aspect of drawing that comes before you actually start doing the thinking. So that is the third M for mechanics. And then, well, I guess it's the second M. And then after you've got a good mentality and mechanics, what next? Are we already jumping into the theory behind perspective and values and painting? No. If you think about what drawing is, it's a 4-step sequence, right? And let me draw this. If we're going to think what actually is drawing, it is 4 steps that happens every time you draw. Now these steps don't have to happen one after the other. For example, right now, you'll see that I'm not implementing all 4 steps, but the steps occur in the cycle of drawing, right? So let's imagine this is a window. Drawing is a 4-step sequence where this is a heart here. It goes like this. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Before you draw anything, you have first the motivation or desire to draw. That comes from your heart. You want to draw, right? And then before you draw anything, you look at something. Usually you draw something you've looked at. Sometimes you don't look at anything, but what are you doing when you're drawing is you are remembering what you looked at. Either way, it's observation. Drawing is your ability to look at an image, collect data about the world, and then step 3 is your interpretation. It is when the raw information of the visual world gets translated into a language. You take what you see, but you don't take all of it, because if you took all of it, it would just be a photo. Drawings are a specific compression of the world in the direction that makes the viewer think or feel something, right? That's what design is. Design is intentional compression. Now, you need to know how to see absolutely clearly in order to design effectively. If you can't draw something as it is, how can you know you're making the best decision about what to take away if you can't even see it in its entirety? So interpretation is the stage between your eyes and your brain, where your brain, and interpretation is perspective, is painting. Perspective is your brain's interpretation of the space your eyes see, right? So that's step 3. And then step 4 is indication. Imagine step 2, 3, and 4 like this. Step 2 is your eyes looking at something. Your eyes are like your eyes are like collecting data in a science lab. What it collects is objective data, right? And then it tells it to your brain. And that's step 3, where your brain starts interpreting it. What's it interpreting? Well, it's taking the language that your eyes speak and going, I need to turn this into data that my hand knows what to do with. So for example, when I see a shadow, how do you actually make the shadow in real life indicative of something on paper? Well, you can do a Terminator line, or you can do a hatch, right? Techniques are what we call interpretations and methods to translate what the eyes see. So then the 4th step is indication, where using your ability to implement techniques and draw your mechanics, right, as we mentioned here, you draw what you see, or you draw what you think you see. Now, why is this pattern important? Because along each step, mistakes happen. And if you're not improving, it's because mistakes are happening where you don't know where they're happening and you aren't correcting them. For example, in the motivation stage, it's like some people are like, I've tried to draw for 10 years, but I always quit. Well, that's a mistake with motivation. That's your how is not matching the ideal how. Observation mistakes is you think you're drawing what you see, but you're really drawing what you think you're drawing what you see, but you're really drawing what you think you see, right? Interpretation is where most of the mistakes occur. So let's just fill out this road to mastery first. So we got mechanics. What is observation? What is true observation really? It's collecting data. It's measurement. If you cannot actually measure angles as they are, and this is more classic fine art, right? So as I was mentioning in the course, it's like, this is going to cover a lot of topics. Measurement is not a choice. It's not a style. It is there. If you cannot accurately tell me the ratio of this shape or what the ratio of my thumb to my hand is, that's not a style mistake. You cannot see, or you cannot quantify your thoughts, your vision with measurements. So before you get into technique, before you learn perspective, before you learn painting, we have to understand truly measurements, seeing objectively, and you can do that with silhouettes. Try to draw the silhouette of an object. If you're struggling, it's because you cannot measure. Number 4, and this is the meat of it. In a way, you can imagine there's another 3 layers in here, right? But number 4 refers to, this is finally where most people start drawing, but it's actually really late. I made a video about this before where this is like an iceberg. Imagine that for most people, they believe that drawing starts right here. So in a way, it's like an iceberg. Number 4 is models. Models can be thought of as methods, techniques, except I don't want you to think methods or techniques because methods and techniques are an action. Models are a way of thinking. So perspective is a way of thinking about the world. It's what Kim Jung Gi primarily used, whereas a painter, Ben Eblin, primarily uses value as his model for thinking through the world. Some use shape. The idea is you use models because they are effective tools for decision making. They're not methods that you adhere to dogmatically, right? So after, and in these models is where you're going to learn techniques. You're going to learn proportion. And the way you ask what models are there? Let's work through this. Like, why have I arrived at this? Because if you guys disagree with this, let me know. I came to this thinking, what is drawing? What can you even see? So if we quantify the things we can see, what can we actually see? And I'm not talking about an object. I'm talking about in anything, what can you see? Well, if you look at this right now, I can see a value. I can see values. Values are tones that distinguish light and dark. I can see that. And now think about if something had no values at all, if everything was the same value, what could you see? Well, you couldn't see it if it had all the same value. Everything becomes the same thing because if it's all the same value, you can't see it. So that's the second thing value does, and it reveals the second thing you can see, which is shape, right? This blue shirt is creating a shape against the background. So no matter what you're looking at, it always has a shape. And within every shape, in the three-dimensional world, you have form. So you always have form, shape, and value. Always one of these three exists. So the idea is you can draw what you see if you can identify form, shape, or value and build a system of markings based on one or all of those things. So that's where the models come from. And think about that. Perspective is our system. Perspective is the language the pen speaks to express depth. And there's other ways the pen expresses depth. For example, line weight. If I draw an object and I give the front a thicker line, I am expressing depth. But I'm also using value because the idea is that something in front of you will have a stronger shadow than something further away. So you see these ideas they affect each other innately. A form will always have a shape, right? And a shape will always have a value. So these ideas are not independent, and that's why they're grouped into one. But yeah, the models of shape, form, and value are what we're going to teach. And some of the greatest realizations I've made that have helped me improve my art is just fundamental exercises in shape, form, and value. If you cannot identify shape, form, and value accurately when looking at an image, that's probably why you're struggling. So with all this said, that the techniques that I'm going to teach in the class are going to be primarily about these. Like, you're going to go through perspective, you're going to go through value studies, you're going to go through silhouette measuring techniques, but you're going to go through this whole thing and then you get mastery. But I said there were 7 M's and this is only 5 M's, right? So what are the 2 other M's? Well, one of them I was demonstrating now, which is in order for you to, art or anything that requires skill is way too difficult to randomly get better at. Anybody who got better at something got better because they made better decisions. And so in order to make a decision, how do you make a decision? Before you can decide whether something's better or worse, you have to compare it to something. You have to go better or worse for what? And that's why the 6th M, which is what takes you from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the top. It's what pushes you up consistently is meaning. Because this, even though you might have seen all these exercises and go, I'm doing all these and yet I don't improve, then it's probably that you don't understand the meaning of these exercises you're doing. If you're doing boxes, but you don't understand the meaning behind them, as in they are representations of space, and therefore they can be used in other situations and aren't just boxes. Meaning is the only way to know why you should do one thing over the other. For example, if you don't have a goal, how can you judge whether your actions right now are good or bad? You can't. You would just be doing whatever you're doing, right? So meaning is the 6th M that gets you to mastery. It is what will, for example, if you don't have a meaning towards your art, you're not going to have a good mentality. You're going to stop the second it gets hard. If you don't have meaning when it comes to, if you don't understand the meaning behind mechanics, you're not going to respect the fact that learning to draw takes precision and you have to practice this individually. Anytime you don't understand the meaning of what you're doing in art, you're probably not doing it right, because art is too hard to accidentally be doing the best thing, right? So meaning is relevant throughout this entire thing. And then the 7th and final M, given that I'm teaching this class, is, let me draw another donkey here. And then let me, oh, I guess there's a, yeah, this is a woman. There you go. Boom. The final M is mentors. Stop learning from your own mistakes. That takes too long. Learn from other people's mistakes. Mentors are people who have gone where you want to go. They are people who will help you go up the journey to mastery faster and easier. They'll prevent you from going down paths that were wastes of time, and they'll lead you into areas that are actually going to help you improve. These 7 M's are, I think, imperative to improving art consistently. And I realized this in trying to reverse engineer any of my successes. Anytime I've ever done anything good is because of a mentor. My best improvements came from Zeph Draws, Roger, who's in the chat right now, Athoro. And Roger I had one call with, and he changed how I understood perspective. Mentors can package information so densely that you can overnight make improvements, because they will introduce things to you that you can't see because you're not at their vantage point, right? So this is the idea behind whatever I'm going to teach, whether there's going to be a book or a course or a workshop. You guys got the roadmap. This is what it's about. Now, notice I haven't talked about art techniques yet, because art techniques only matter when you work your way through the entire, when you understand the 30,000 foot view, only then can you understand where you're chopping your way through the jungle, why you're chopping your way through the jungle, right? So that's once you understand this, my goal is in an 8-week class is to take you from here to here. And what does mastery mean? Mastery means you did your best work to that date. In other words, you reached your peak, right? If you've made the best thing you've ever made, I did my job. And then is that all? Is that you get to the mountain and you're done? Nah, bro. After that, there's just more mountains, more and more mountains. And you reach a peak and you just keep going. And the mastery is an infinitely elusive thing. You never catch it, but you get your own mastery. If you do the best thing you've ever done, you mastered yourself that day. And so that's the idea. Yeah, I got on a spiel, but that's what I've been trying to think about. I think it kind of cooks, but you let me know. Anyway, hey Roger, good to see you. Let me catch up because I yapped for a minute. I yapped for a long time. Let's see. I love Joe Weatherly. Joe Weatherly. Someone asked, how do you approach animals? Let's see. Bro doesn't want me to sleep with these streams. I'm screaming in your ear. Is this going to be on the test? Early access to his new book. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I'm going to explain. At least that's the place it is right now. I'm just trying to understand drawing from a sort of first principles place. Like, what is drawing? What actually are we doing? And don't draw what you see, draw what you've seen. Bars. How do you practice proportions? Step 3, I can do good silhouettes, but when I try to draw them directly, I always mess up the proportions. Well, measure out each shape. Your proportion is just a combination of multiple shapes. So just treat it one shape at a time. I disagree with the assumption that Kim Jung Gi sees things through perspective, and to contrast that, Ben Eblin sees things through value. They're both ways of visually expressing depth. Yeah, I mean, they all understand how to do each one, but I'm saying what I meant was certain styles are more heavily weighted towards certain methods or models, right? Like this is more weighted towards the model of perspective and line, whereas a painting is more weighted towards values and shapes. Obviously, they are using values and shapes usually to represent perspective, but my point is that there's 3 distinct categories of there's shape, line, and value that you can see. Shape, form, and value. And when you start combining them beyond technique is where you get mastery. So if you're breaking the rules of the exercise, you're probably entering that level of art. I think if you are good enough like Kim Jung Gi, you don't normally interpret lines. I think he interprets lines so naturally that he doesn't think about it anymore, probably. What is a decision really? Yeah, that's the interesting, a decision. A decision is a choice between many things. That's essentially what it is. Like a choice between a variety of things. But where do the variety of choices arrive? And against what metric, right? If you don't know what you're aiming for, how are you going to get there? Line is a way to describe form, and tone is another way to describe form. Kim Jung Gi himself said he started drawing in perspective by noticing as an object rotated that lines would change. Yeah. Line is also a way to describe light and tone, right? Everything's connected. Like line is a way to describe a shape. Line is everything. Line is all you have when you draw. So line, what we're learning is lines can be anything. This is a line to show value or a shadow, whereas this is a line to outline shape, and this is a line to show a round object. So lines are, Roger's in the chat right now, Roger Murray. He's really good at drawing. I'm the Roger in question, hi, yeah. A thing I'm struggling hard is the shading. Creating interesting shapes that create volume is so difficult. Yeah, dude, I just draw. Yeah, I be yapping all this stuff, and it's like, bro, I just draw. I don't know. I enjoy trying to synthesize art ideas or just ideas in general, but I might just be overcooking here. Problem solving in art is just eliminating decisions that are technically incorrect against specific metrics of fundamentals or aesthetically displeasing, and style is the individual's expression. Yeah. Problem solving. Eliminating decisions that are technically incorrect. Yeah. Explaining how to do something makes a teacher better. Yeah, I'm getting help by trying to explain this. Anywho. Oh, by the way, if anybody does want to join the waitlist for the course, email me at tyran@brokenjaw.com and just subject reply. Thank you, John Doe. Legend right there. $10 donation. You're a legend, dude. Did you get a new editor? Is that still open? I did get a new editor. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate you. If you guys want to join the waitlist for the workshop, then it's email me. You can read the description for details, but email me at tyran@brokenjaw.com and just with the subject line, add me, and I'll add you to the list. I don't know when the workshop's going to happen. It'll happen when I get enough materials going, but I can tell you what we're going to practice. Now, I haven't run this through yet, but I figured out what we're going to teach. And we're going to talk about line coordination exercises, and then shape measuring exercises, and then 2 weeks on perspective, 1 week on value, and then transitioning into rendering, so you can render different textures, and then 2 weeks on putting it all together to come up with methods that help you draw whatever you're looking at and beyond. So that'll be fun. Do you know the price of the workshop? Yeah, it'll be like, it's on a platform. I won't say what yet, but all the workshops there are like 800, I think, 800 US, 800 or 900, I don't know. It's going to be at least 800, that's for sure. 8 weeks, so it's about 100 a week. It's not cheap though, but it will be worth your time and effort and money if you, it'll be a lot of homework too. I'm making sure to load on that homework. Yeah. You'll learn just as much on these live streams. So actually probably not on live streams. You'll probably see me troubleshoot, but of course, don't only do it if you got liquid like that. I was playing games after listening to your lesson. I exited the game and started practicing. That's what I love to see. See, that's motivation right there. You just fulfilled the base of that pyramid, bro. You got it. Bro missed my question. Are there favorite art channels you recommend? My favorite art channel. Oh, there's tons. Okay. Roger, you got an art channel yet? We got Talvox Draw's YouTube channel, legend. Athoro's YouTube channel, legend. Viggy's YouTube channel, legend. I don't think Roger has a YouTube channel. We got Artwad. We got Goblish. We got we got a lot. I just can't remember right now. Proco, of course. Let me just go to my YouTube channel and see my subscribes. Sam Does Art. Masa, legend. Darth Luigi. We got Janos Garage. Based World. Bryce Collender. Jackie Druko. Zeph Draws, of course. Christian Nee. Curbs. Peter Hahn. Gene Bond. Julianne Doodles, not a drawing channel really. Rambert Montal, of course. D. Lee, Shokunin Sketch, Gabriel Quinn, Bam Animation. Macario Alphonse is a legend, crazy good. 2-4, Aaron Min. Rubber Pencil, Ramy Boy, Cynics, Timo. Yeah, good amount. Good amount. Tom Foxtrot started uploading. Yeah. I haven't seen Artist EO58. Yo, bro, can you answer mine as well? Just rewrite your question. I can't find it. What's the question? Someone says, I'd like to hear your story. Has there been a time where you lost your spark, like the reason you were drawing or other? Yeah, I mean, there's been times when for a while, I didn't know what my career would actually be. Like, I wanted to be a musician, bro. I wanted to make music. Like, I still think to this day, it's cooler to make music. Like, I wish I could make music. It's just, I'm not inclined for that. Anyone I've ever seen produce, I'm like, damn, that's awful. But it just turns out, it's weird. Drawing, I just eventually did it a lot. I guess it doesn't feel that, in the moment, it actually didn't feel like that. It felt like I was drawing so much and I was so bad. But it's like, I don't know. I wanted to do a lot of other stuff before. Ethan Becker, yeah. Why does it seem that a lot of famous painters are also really good at drawing? Of course, yeah, of course. Because drawing is the most simple way to draw. Like, in order to paint well, you have to measure well. What's the easiest way to measure something is to use a graphite thing and not expensive oil paints. Like, to paint well, you have to draw well. To draw well, you probably paint well, because it's all, remember, the model of value is indifferent to the pen or the brush. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just your ability, what you can do with those two things differs. Who are your inspirations for your channel when you made it? I want to make a channel in the future, so I'm curious about this. Who are my inspirations? I actually take a lot of inspiration from productivity and hustle culture dudes, like the business YouTube channels. Like, I like Ali Abdaal, I like Alex Hormozy. Their videos are just like, I tend to watch the productivity sphere people. I like that. Especially, I mean, they know how to, the thing is, if you want to see how something's done or how to do it well in your sphere, not like Iman Gotzi or anything like that, not the dropshipper dudes, not the Tate brothers. If you want to see how to do something well, you'd be wise to see what businesses are doing, because businesses have optimized it because they have incentives aligned to do that, right? Like, watch people. YouTube channels that are businesses have usually optimized YouTube's algorithm really well, because they know all about optimization and stuff. But I also just I'm interested in business and sort of, well, because I'm trying to make a product, right? Like, I'm trying to make a course and I want to know how to make it good and stuff. So in terms of, and I found that art channels did very different things than what I actually wanted to do. Like, I can't replicate drawing with Jazza, or I can't replicate Ethan Becker. I don't have their credentials. I don't have Proco's network. So I kind of made a video overnight and just turned out to do well. I know a course about making money on making courses. Huh. Are you interested in painting as well? Not super interested. Although I do paint, just I'm not interested in it, but I do it out of a necessity to study value. Like, this is technically painting, right? I don't know. Depends how you classify painting. I guess people classify it with a brush. Do you got a P.O. box? Is it hot where you are? No, I'm in Canada, and I don't have a P.O. box. I don't even really understand what a P.O. box is. Ah, I should have stuck with what I was doing earlier. Want to send you a shirt I made. Ah, that's so nice. Sorry, I don't have a P.O. box. Are you Kidal? What is Kidal? I don't know if I'm Kidal, bro. I don't know. I'm just asking once more, how long have you been drawing? Maybe like 10 years, 12 years. Depends. Like, when was the first time? I've been drawing consistently. I've been drawing consistently since 2017. 9 years now. Have you mastered anatomy? I haven't mastered anything. It's life drawing a separate skill. I mean, yes and no. Like, depends if you're doing classical, like, fine art life drawing, or if you're just studying anatomy, but people do it as a practice because it is such an integral skill, because it practices the fundamentals on a subject. So I would say it's not that different of a skill. Oops. I already subscribed. I'll watch your videos later. It's late here. Good night. Good night, Matt Mo. Matty Mo. Matty Mo. Matt Emo. Mate Emo. I don't know why I tried to pronounce that so long. Will you be making any video on observation or maybe even the negative space in the future? I surprisingly don't find a lot of videos on the topics. Yeah, my life drawing professor said he'd never heard anyone talk about negative space. Do you like the style of using a pen than a pencil? I do prefer it. I really don't like troubleshooting anything. I don't like erasing. It just bothers me. I don't like drawing digitally. I don't like being on a computer. So it's like a pen is done, one and done. You do it and it's done. You mess up, move on. I like that. I don't like having to redo stuff. That's also why I don't think I'd ever do good in an industry. Like, I don't like fixing stuff. I have a sweet tooth, guys. Mm-hmm. I personally draw on the phone with my thumb. Find it very interesting, the different ways people draw. Yeah, interesting. That's cool. Never heard of that. What's the guy in the horse yelling about? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. That's the that's the interesting thing. We'll see what is happening. We'll see what all the ruckus is about very soon. I haven't had music on for hours. I forgot about that. He's yelling, subscribe! Exactly. That's... Yo, I need you in the chat more. John Doe is a legend, bro. Jelly you. Hello. What's up? What a lovely username. You sound lovely. Hey, Tazim, thank you. Recent years, actually, I'm not going to call out other YouTubers. Your videos have been informative. I love that. Thank you. Jay, hope the peace. Good night. Jelly you. Hi. Hope you're having a wonderful night. You going straight with ink? Yep. Hey, Big T! What's up, James Renner? Oh, that James Renner, not the other guy. Okay, my bad. I'm a beginner artist with aphantasia. Should I draw from imagination and refine via reference or something? Does this change for people who don't have aphantasia? I don't know. I think it's hard to, as someone who doesn't have it, it's hard to know what to do about it for people who don't, so it's tough. Although I will say, I think if you learn the theory, you can rely on theory and you don't have to memorize anything. Like I didn't memorize any of what I'm drawing. I'm relying on theory, so I'm not really visualizing too heavily. Actually, I'm not I would say it's like 5% visualization maybe. If I visualize better, I could draw this this person better, but anywho, elephants have amazing memories, that's true. So I would say just practice your, I mean, yeah, it doesn't change from the fact that everything on my channel should still work regardless of how well you can visualize or not. It'll probably take longer for you to memorize stuff, I'd guess. The beauty of having someone with hair. Frog in a top hat root is fun. So you're saying frogs doesn't actually do that? So this isn't real? No, it's real, it's real. I watched this last week. I'm documenting what I saw. The awesome thing with drawing characters with hair is when you mess up, bro, you can just, I'll figure it out and then I'll carve out the parts I don't like. I'll stay up a little later. I just finished a long work day. I'm going to bed, but then I see Broken Draws live. I always stay up later. Oh, I can always stay up later. That's a real fan right there. Here's my Broken Draw poster off the wall. I can see improvements in your visual library. Sweet. How do I draw what I'm thinking, what do I want to draw today? And it goes away. I guess we're not going to figure out that question. James Renner, good point. How to draw without thinking what I want to draw today. Just start drawing before you ask yourself those questions. Oh man, I messed up the proportions. Is it too late to fix it? Let's see what we can do. Let's see. It looks like it's too cooked. I'll just draw directly over it like Kim Jung Gi did. Maybe. Let me see what I can do. We fix mistakes by drawing over them like this. We'll figure out what this is going to be, but it's not going to be this lady's body, that's for sure. Just can't be. Tough. Do you specifically study cartooning? No. Pen's running out of ink. Yeah, we'll figure out what that is. I'm sure we can do something with it. It's always the women law, literally. It's always the women. I mess up. Don't know why. Here we go with changing the tune here. My form overlaps are terrible here, but what can we do to fix that? I'll just do shadow and then there we go. Here we go. Oh, here we go. We got it. Dude, we like tightrope walked our way out of that one. Not gonna lie, gang, I thought we were cooked. Boom. Turn the head the other way. Now this dude's head's too small. Do you have freaky drawings that Kim Jung Gi did? Broken Raw. I mean, you know what I think? Yeah. I mean, you got to study anatomy somehow, you know? My mom, well, I was going through a phase where I was drawing some freaky stuff for a while. My mom hated it. Just kept getting angry at me seeing it, so I stopped. I like it. I do, but the way the tile the flooring to establish perspective really grounds the scene. Hell yeah. The thing I should have done was only show tiling in the shadow areas as a way to cover both shadows and the form. That's something that they used to do in Sin City. Sin City's crazy, bro. I don't think I have it right now. Sin City's crazy. That was so well drawn. What a challenge. 2-value story. So is this the same perspective, I guess? It's a possibility, but if it is, there's a hill. Oh, a new pen is so much softer. So much nicer to draw with. What is this dookie ass music, bro? Okay, YouTube music shuffle is kind of bad, bro. What is this? My dad walked in on the time gesture drawings once. And my grandparents did too. By the way, you got any simple form exercises I can do to practice scale? Table. Draw a dude next to a table. That'll knock your socks off. That shit's harder than it sounds. Or a chair, bro. Try to get someone sitting in a chair. That is a great perspective exercise, but also just really hard. I already drawn the chair way too long. Trying to get the chair to be actually at the hip level. Yeah, I mean, once you draw something, try to just put it in space. Try to keep building it. I mean, this is, whoever asked earlier, what do I draw when I don't know what to draw? You don't need to know what to draw. You just draw and then see if you can't. It's a thinking exercise. It's like, where do I start my crossword puzzle? Bro, wherever you have an inkling of an answer, put something down and you'll discover, like, now that I have a table, what goes on the table? Stuff. Let me see if I can draw accurately scaled stuff like this. Once you draw a bottle, see if you can make two bottles that feel like they're the same space. I mean, it's all just, sometimes the exercise is really just the doing of it. And if you can't, then you just simplify. Two dudes sitting. Placing things in the same space in a pleasing manner, but I'm going to give it a shot for finishing tonight's stream. Nice! This roll will be replaced when you hit. Thanks, man. Maybe one day. Were you practicing fundamentals early on? Did you do your own curriculum? Follow a schedule, or do you prefer to read books and just do the exercises from the books? I'm pretty much just try to draw. I think you should always do the thing you want to do. Like, draw what you want. And then only when you draw what you want and find mistakes do you go and specifically search out answers to that mistake. So I draw and I go, man, why I can't seem to texture or make my forms believable. So then I go to the books I have and I look through for something that can help me improve that one specific problem. And then I go back to drawing the thing. The issue with staying in exercise prison is eventually you forget what you're doing it for, and you start to only get really good at the exercise and not really good at the thing the exercise is meant to teach you. So remember to keep a pulse on your art by doing your art most of the time. And then anytime you notice an impediment to your art, do a practice. How long do brush pens last for you? I mean, this still lasts. It's just running out of ink, you see? So, and I want to draw faster. So the full ones have a much faster, like, repository thing. Oops, I'll buy it. Oh, this is a terrible frame. Boing Licensing has a name for those guys, perpetual workshop takers. That's funny. Oh, we're going back down. Give us a visual on how to bend forms. Well, you would be better off thinking about it not as bending, but as separate directions being compressed into one shared blanket. Like squeezing together. The grind is real. Well, the last stream was 5 hours. Do you have Instagram or somewhere you can see my art? Broken Jaw. Or my YouTube channel, I show my art. Or right here. Oops, my bad. Low-key, my hands are cooking. Time passes by when I'm streaming, though. I feel like Ratatouille, straight up Ratatouille cam. Yo, that's crazy. Someone should cook like that and then do Ratatouille cam. That's so funny. You guys beat the Instagram comments every day. These are funny. You guys are a funny bunch. Yep. Yeah, take off the wig. My bad, guys. I didn't know you'd catch on so quick. Bro, what am I doing? A big scene like that can have multiple focus points, right? How do you develop each one? I don't know. I just sort of decide as I go what. I don't really even. I know I think somewhat about composition, but I have a very poor understanding of it, where I'm just trying to, like, if there's a big thing here, I know there's some flow. I know I don't want all things to be the same size, that's for sure. So I have some semblance of like thinking about that, but generally I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be thinking to create nice scenes right now. That could almost be her hand. That's funny. It's looking awesome. Thanks, Anthony. Someone had all day to draw it, and they did the right thing. How fast could they improve? I have no clue. Persistence is key. I guess so. I don't know. I guess it depends how quickly they realize the important things to know. Good night, Lewis Games. Auxiliary vanishing points work? I don't even know what that is. I'm debating either go to Dawson or Sheridan Illustration or the animation program. This seems really expensive. What are your thoughts on Sheridan and would you recommend it? For animation, yeah, I'd recommend it. Yeah, it was good. What's an auxiliary vanishing point? Why am I giving myself a hangnail? Don't know how to do that. It was just a small little hangnail and now I messed it up. Ow. Look at my weird hand bump from drawing. See that? I just have a bump here and a bump here because I drag it. Bam. Okay. I haven't finished this dude at all. She's making music in a blue room. Why is the camera so... Oh. Now I'm under snow. Oh, did this stream end? I think my stream just crashed. Did my stream crash? No, it didn't crash. My computer's cooked, bro. Did my computer crash? Can y'all see me? Face cam is frozen. Oh, okay. Oh, you can see my hand. Okay. Okay, we're back here then. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hold on, let me try to restart this thing. Here we go. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Can't see the chat here anymore either. Oh, dude, this dude's gonna be doing like a Rasengan type summoning thing. That's hardcore. Rasengan is like seared into my mind. I used to play the game on the Xbox. I remember how hard it was to do the up, down, left, right to get the Rasengan to build in that water balloon. So I've read a lot of Naruto. This should be easy. He's summoning a Rasengan. Your head popping on the camera sometimes. Sorry. Evan, what up? Draw a box with an opened lid and label the vanishing points. Sure. Oh, is that what you mean by auxiliary vanishing points? Like two, like different directions? So you have a box. And then a chest. The vanishing point. One is like that, right? So there's the horizon line. Second vanishing point. This one, well, this technically, it's like we have one far away, something like that, and then another far away down here. I guess I could do, I mean, let's do a different, more easy one. For example, let's do an L. Or like a V shape. If I did this right, we have, okay, no, I didn't do that right. We have a box. I'm getting cooked up by this. We have a box like this. If you want a tilted object, all tilted objects are just going to different points on the same line if they're on the floor still. So if I want to tilt this box so that it tilts this way, all I have to do is make sure that it tilts that way to a vanishing point, sort of corresponding to its how much it changes. So that's the V shape I'm talking about. So you see it moved relative to how much it moved at the angle. Right. And then and what happened is now there's one here. Here there was one far away. Anyway. Who will take the Rostings guns blow? Week 5 challenge to 2. I'm using examples as reference, but I also know you have a video drawing anatomy. I need tips other than that. I'm not caught up. Is it drawing volumes, like construction? Oh, I was drawing it on this side. Is it this? Any tips? Yeah, be dynamic. Watch the Jae Kwang Park video on Proco. Jae Kwang Park did a video on Proco about it. Yeah, drawing humans and animals. Oh, yay, I'm excited for that. Jae Kwang Park did a video on that. Not animals? Animals are hard. I don't know. Animals? Try to be very dynamic, like tilt and angle these things. That can be really helpful to make it feel alive. Okay. Have you ever tried drawing a bottle with a bottle of ink and a brush? I have a bottle of ink, but I don't think so. I don't think I have. Okay, we got this girl. My hair is probably... Ooh, hands cooked. Let's see if we can fix this. You know what happens when you screw it up? Put a glove on it. Put a glove on it and figure it out after. This could have been a bad idea. This might have cooked it up. Oh boy. You know, you don't win them all, guys. I hope this makes it clear. Whew! We're gonna have to figure out how to... What if I could fix this silhouette if I really do some like magic here. This is actually cooked. Turn the glove into somebody's hair. Yeah, always the move. Let's just do hair. We'll see what we can do about that. If you ever wonder why there's just random people in random places, it's the hair, bro. All right, we have a new purpose. Hair. When in doubt, make it hair. Yep, when in doubt, make a hair. All brush pens eventually fray. What shampoo do you use? You guys asked this so much that I ended up reading the thing to, I was like, someone's gonna ask. I use Tracen. Just call it a fantasy creature. You said you quit animation because it was too repetitive. Well, that's not why I really quit animation. I just didn't really like it. It just isn't my cup of tea. Are you drawing from memory? Yeah. I don't understand how someone can just freehand something this good without practicing. Thanks. Well, you cover up mistakes. You draw a lot of random hair. That's how you do it. So you see, we made the cigarette a earpiece. So now we have to figure out how to. I need to practice more figure drawing because I have terrible poses. If you guys haven't noticed, I don't know how to put people in poses and story tell with them because I don't practice poses. I really should. Every time I try to draw a pose, I'm cooked up. Okay, so she's just got a lot of hair. What's going in this corner? I gotta finish up this drawing, so let's do. The key is to use Trism. Ever tried oil, acrylic, watercolor, or gouache? I've never tried oil, but I've tried all the other ones. If you had to pick an exercise to improve, what would it be? Depends where your skill's at, truly. Fortunately. All depends on what you have practiced and what you haven't. An exercise on my current level to improve. Cosmo, thank you. What up, Cole? An exercise at my level to improve. 2 value studies, for sure. And probably drawing women, because I seem to really not know how to. I don't know what's going on. Let's take a little break here. I'll take a quick break, hang out for a bit, eat some fun sticks. How you doing, Cole? What up, Big T? Are you doing? Are you the prospective investor? Not yet. Not yet. He's right there. Wow. Damn. Guys, I'm kind of cooked. I gotta pee. I'll be back. We're almost done. Almost done. I don't like this whole section, but you know what? This is what I mean. Whoever asked earlier, how do you practice? Like, you do this, and then you realize, bro, I gotta practice. Actually, I want to keep showing this. I'll keep filling up this frame. I like this side more. I forgot what I was talking about. I'm just gonna draw. What am I talking about? Making excuses. I don't believe in anybody. How about you now? Bro's not taking the break he said he would. I'm not. I got locked in, bro. What are you talking about? Take a break. What are you talking about? Pee. If you need a pee, you aren't taking drawing seriously enough. You have to poo? Bro, you think hustlers got time to poo? You gotta compress that into focus and energy. Only under immense pressure does a diamond become you know what I mean? Hold it in. Turn that log into a rock. Where you would find me. But please enjoy the show. Na, 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 na. Noted developing kidney stones to draw better. Going back to drawing after 6 months, should I focus on going fundamentals or partial projects with drawing? Whichever you like. I don't know. I'm not very dogmatic on like what you should be doing. Depends what you want, you know. If you want to become, it depends, you know. It's up to you, man. Art's fun. Art's supposed to be fun, not supposed to be some like. I think Darth Luigi's cool, but it's like if that's not your thing, don't do it. There's no reason to. Darth Luigi is someone who draws for 12 hours a day. It's like if that's what you want to do, bro, go for it. But if it's not, do what you want to do. What should you do? Whatever interests you. Whatever keeps you drawing. Whatever will make you draw the most. There's an argument for everyone. For everything. Like, you can do a personal project. You can also draw exercises. There's an argument for all of them. It depends on your specific life. Specifically what you prioritize, what you want from your art. If you strive to be a professional in the shortest amount of time, I would say, yeah, do some. If you strive to be a professional in the shortest amount of time, Do what you know least about is probably the way to do that. Try everything and see which one's the worst thing you've done. Fix that. A good strategy to getting better is to figure out what you're worst at and always only focus on what you're worst at. You'll get good pretty quick. Most people do the opposite. They only focus on what they're good at. So if that's a terrible strategy, then you can just flip the script and realize it. Bars. Drawing from life, number one exercise, right? I mean, it's not an exercise. It needs drawing. Like drawing from life is barely an. I draw. I don't make pieces. I just draw. So it's like drawing from life is what drawing is to me. It's like you draw. You're drawing what you see. What else are you doing? But yeah, I mean, for people who make illustrations and stuff, they don't just draw from life. But yeah, it's great exercise. My head might be in the frame, I bet. It was not. What type of paper are you drawing on? Literally just copy paper. I'm going to cheat here. I remember seeing this mark in Rembrandt Montal's book, and I'm going to try to copy that. That hip mark. We're going to do that. See, that's how, like, you come up with something and you see if you can get it. Will you be on the Super... When will you be on the Super NE team? Hopefully one day. Here we go. Here we go. That is a torso, bro. We got a torso up in here. I think so. I think that's a torso. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Jonah says, any tips? Jonah, any tips on drawing diagonal lines better? What exercise should I do for that? Draw diagonal lines. Like, that's as simple as it can get. Just draw more diagonal lines. Yo, I finished my drawing on stream. Please critique, rate, and shower and praise. I'm not going to rate it. I'm reluctant to critique, but I'll look at it. I'll praise it, that's for sure. Let's see it. Oh, it took my audio. Damn, Egvema. Whoa, oh, it's that drawing. Oh, awesome. Nice, damn. Yeah, what am I rating on? What am I rating it against? Nice floor grid. I'm looking at Viggy's stream, by the way. I thought you didn't screw up. That's dope. Nice shading, nice depth with that. That rendering, that shadow cast from the fist is nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Pretty nice. I would challenge you to put something going off screen in the foreground, I think. Thanks, man. I hear it. All right, nice work. Yeah, like, okay, Viggy, watch this, because this is an issue I have too. Like, in your foreground. No, I'm explaining it. Right now you have like objects going around here, but try to have something, like maybe draw a tank that is like within, like out of the frame, but in the foreground with all your stuff. Just because this was something Zeph Draws was telling me, is my stuff feels staged, because if you don't have stuff breaking out of your frame, it feels, yeah, it feels flat. Yeah. Anyway, nice. All right, I'm gonna log off, but wonderful work. That's really great. Dope. Yeah, you could literally just do a box that comes out. All right, bars. Cheers. Logging off. All right, dope. So there was a critique on stream. Sorry for the guy who didn't get it. Hell yeah, screw your basic health needs. Bars. Draw with your shoulder, Jonah. Yeah. Hi, Vicky, Evan says. I get drawing cubes 3D to understand it that way, but where do you go from there? From cubes, well, I drew something about that today too. You do that. This is, again, coarse stuff, but... Well, there's a spectrum here. So there's soft perspective and hard perspective. Like this. Right? You start with the cube, and then you need to know how to understand the cube, because the cube is the basis for all measuring. And then the way you go from there is you start manipulating and softening. So what happens is this direction is softening. So going from here to there is softening, and going from soft to hard is deconstruction. So Evan, you're practicing week 5 right now, and anyone who's doing challenge 52 right now, what you're trying to do is look at an object that's natural and deconstruct it into the theoretical volumes. So what you're doing is deconstructing. Now the opposite of that is the video I made last week, which is you take theoretical hard volumes and you soften them towards natural stuff, right? So you see these exist on a spectrum, and you start with the cube because it is the simplest representation of 3 dimensions. And then from the cube, you do a cylinder, basic forms, but then nothing really looks like that. So you need to start pushing and pulling your basic forms like this. And then real life exists here. Real life is hard to find perspective. So you need to practice looking at real life and then reverse engineering the basic forms. You need to practice looking at the basic forms and then building into that. Anyhow, that's that. Thoughts on drawing passively versus drawing actively? Thoughts on drawing passively? Thoughts? I think you should do both. I think that's... My heads always stick out so far. Everyone's got like necks that don't, like, it doesn't make sense why they stand that way. I guess to balance it out, I should... Yeah, I think you should do it. You should do both, soft, passive, and active. I am hungry. It's 11, bruh. Yeah, it's time to go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Me? Me? I don't got school tomorrow. Draw with your shoulder, Jonah. Facts. That was very eye-opening. Thank you. Of course, JV100K. Okay, let's get this on lock, bro. I don't know where this is going. When I don't know where a composition is going, I just start drawing, like, just start adding people, bro. Enough thought. Hi, Miku. Are you ghosting method when you draw? What does that mean? Like doing this before doing my line? Not really. I do that more when I'm looking at reference. Oh, he's running. Ah. Draw through your forms. I drew so much gesture like every day for months. I got really good at copying stuff, and now to apply 3D, it feels so hard. Yeah, it's different spectrums of like drawing. What's he running from? Put on some pants, dude. What are you doing? Have some decorum. Like, what's he running from? What are you running from? She presenting him? Like, oh boy. What a bizarrely drawn thing here. That's not a very well drawn pose. How many sketchbooks have you completed? Show us what you think is your best work before logging off. How much did you copy Kim Jung Gi's drawings? Actually, very, very little. I maybe 5 times, 10 times in my life. I look at his drawings a lot, but I rarely copy. No, maybe I sometimes draw the faces or draw a certain tiger or something, but I don't draw like a whole piece. I study him for drawing, not for drawing for imagination. Do you save these drawings? Yeah, I keep them like... One of my best drawings is probably this. Probably this, I would say. Probably my best drawing ever. Just great gesture, I guess. Very dynamic. All one scene. This was last week. Should I go? Bro, 150K, let's go. Yeah, right, Evan? Kind of crazy. Should I go in detail when learning anatomy, or should I just practice drawing people from reference without going in depth? Depends what you want to do. It always depends what you're wanting from the art. Always depends what you want from the art. Got it, baby. Kim Jung Gi definitely studied anatomy, for sure. You can't just draw a lot of people and then understand what's going on with your skeleton. You have to study the skeleton. And he's clearly studied this. He's drawn the skeleton. Like, he understood anatomy really well. I mean, he went to art school. You do that in art school too. We had to draw the whole skeleton. We had to draw the entire skeleton from imagination in 3 different poses in high school, in university. Not in high school, that would have been crazy. It's called the bone test. Scary. Do you guys want an anatomy tips video? I've been thinking about if that would be helpful. Or if you guys would watch it. I haven't made an anatomy tips video. It's not going to be how to draw a certain thing because there's so many videos about that already. But it'll be like tips for studying. How to get used to drawing. Just a bunch of shirtless dudes running around. What's not to like? I don't know about that one, bro. About anatomy tips? Do you have a community like Discord? No. I'll watch whatever you got. Gotta get good. Hey, love that, Evan. Thanks. What is going on here? Let's do a scene. What we got? Are you doing mentorships? Not at the moment. If you want to take a class with me, I'll be doing a workshop in sometime in spring. So email me if you want to join that and learn how to draw. Mentorships right now, I just find when I teach on one-on-one, I just repeat myself in most of my classes about the same thing. So it's just a better use of time and money to do it in a class, because it's more expensive to do a mentorship, and if you're just gonna hear the same thing over and over, just a class is cheaper. And you learn more from the mistakes of other people, which is a big benefit. Is this a musical? He's running. I'll be up if you can be right here. I do the same. You should do a how to unlock your mind hyperphantasia Kim Jung Gi methods. Thing is, I can't brand anything, says the dude who's doing a Road to Kim Jung Gi stream. Like, I can say I'm trying to be like Kim Jung Gi, but I can't say Kim Jung Gi methods. Like, I don't know what he did, and I can't ask him. It would just be, it's like, it's not my jurisdiction to be able to use his name as a learning method. Hyperphantasia is a great name, though. Although I'm not imagining something. I am remembering what I studied. Like, I did 2-value studies recently, and I did trees, and I was like, oh, I know what trees look like now. But it's also, when you draw a lot, you just remember the pattern. If you've drawn a lot, you'll remember the pattern. And I think, like I think as much as I teach, I'm trying to figure out if there is actually any way around the time difference. Like, I've seen students who can learn really fast, but it's like, I know things on my 3,000th hour that I just could not have possibly understood at my first 500 hours. There's just a time buff you get. Experience means something, even if we can't define it, right? So my point is, like, maybe hyperphantasia just comes from having done it for, like, if you've done this for 2 years straight and you still have no progress, then that's a real argument. But I had no, like, affinity to drawing from imagination. I just have done it a lot. And in the beginning, I think the mistake a lot of people make might be saying they have aphantasia when it's not normal for anyone to be able to imagine something and draw it. Like, I suck at drawing anything that I've seen. I've just learned how to draw. I've learned how to improvise with a pen. Like, clearly I can't draw a girl, even though I've drawn hundreds of female faces in the last year. It's like, if I had the ability to just memorize one and draw. Photographic memory doesn't matter because translating it into a line is a completely different skill than seeing it in your head. Honestly, on my foggiest days, I can still draw inside of a bus. I've done so many that I just subconsciously know. Interesting. Yeah, like, you do so many that there's no reason you won't memorize the line. I may be ignorant, but I don't know what aphantasia feels like, but I also know that I don't visualize that much when I'm drawing. It's not really doing that. I don't see the image, and I think that's a misconception that people are sometimes saying, oh, I can't because I have this, where I'm like, but I'm not even using the visualization. It's like how they used to think Kim Jung Gi had photographic memory. That doesn't mean it doesn't become easier for me to memorize stuff. Like, it's easier. I haven't studied a car like this or a car like this, but that's more a reason why it doesn't matter. It's a discovery method, not a memorization technique. I don't know if that's offensive to say. I don't know what aphantasias are like. Although I guess it's not like saying depression isn't real or something. But I don't know. Maybe aphantasians are a marginalized group. I don't know. If I said anything offensive, I apologize already. Please don't cancel me. These dudes are running. I feel like they're like trying to escape North Korea or something. Just running. I think it's real. It's just way less common than folks say it is. No, I think it's absolutely real. And I'm not going to lie. Like, absolutely it is real, as in, like, I know I can close my eyes and imagine and see like a red apple, but I don't know. That doesn't matter to me when I'm drawing. I can close my eyes and see a girl's face. Like right now I'm imagining Kristen Bell's face, and I think I see it. I can see it, the image of it in my head, but that's not going to help me draw her face at all. So whether or not someone has aphantasia doesn't, I think it's a misunderstanding of how to draw from imagination. But I don't know. I'm gonna let that simmer. It's basically muscle memory, question mark. You've drawn it so much your hand knows what line to do next. Yeah, it's like not just your hand, but your pattern recognition. Like I've drawn so many faces that I know sometimes the head makes a silhouette like this. And I know that when it does, that must mean that this is the eyebrow and this is the eye, and you remember the connections. Like if the eyebrow and eye are here, what is the nose going to be somewhere else? No, they always are in the same relationship. And if the nose is here, then I know that the mouth must be here, right? And if the nose and mouth are here, then I know that the center of the face must be down here, and so the chin must be here. If the chin is here, then I know that the eyebrows must be like this. If all the stuff are here, then I know that the head must be at an angle like this. And it's a lot of muscle memory and a lot of repetition and problem solving. Like I can still like almost barely draw this, but it's like after practicing so many times, you start learning and looking and memorizing. It's the same thing as like learning anything else. Eventually you memorize what a song's, if you're a piano player, you can eventually play without reading the notes if you just played it so many times, because you get muscle memory basically, whether or not that's with your hand or with your eyes, or your brain just adapts to what you've done a lot of. So I think if that hasn't happened yet, it's just a sign that it's not that you haven't done enough of that practice, it's you haven't compartmentalized enough of that same thought pattern. You might be thinking about it wrong even if you're doing the right exercise. And see, I'm correcting it now, trying to remember how to carve it. And then now next time I do it, I'm going to do it a little softer. And I'm just memorizing the pattern in as many different ways as I can You just draw it over and over and it'll eventually give. Do you often listen to music when you draw? Yeah, or YouTube. Hello, Speedy Drawing 4637. Okay. I am listening to music, although it keeps being really just bad tunes, bro. What are these? What is this song? Stop, jeez. Made me upset to listen to. It's a hard thing to do. Meditation or medication. Do you compare yourself to other artists? I do, and sometimes it makes me... Of course. Bro, I'm friends with a Thoro. It's really hard. Really hard to be... not compare myself. Bro, listen to Volk Pack. I don't. I am a sugar fiend. I've probably eaten like 10 of these. Okay, the goal is to not make this... I'll finish this before 12 because I'm going to actually... I drag out these streams, bro. Yeah, I do wonder if visualization is just a skill. Like, maybe... I don't know if being like pitch perfect or... Oh, God. I'm choking on a sugar thing. Holy crap. Gosh, pardon me. Egad. Okay. Almost went to broken heaven right here. Okay. Sometimes I feel like a fraud drawing, bro. Me too. Do you ever feel like you regressed? For sure. All the time. Do you guys read? If so, what books would you guys recommend? I like I've read most of the, like, I usually read productivity sphere stuff, but I've been starting to I like econ books. Dune, I did start Dune. I read up until the point where Daddy bit that tooth capsule. I'm not a huge novel reader, but I will read, like, if I hear that praise is good. I mean, Dune is a classic, so I probably will. But I would love to hear Rex. I like nonfiction a lot, so if people have nonfiction recs, that'll be cool. I do want to read more history, so if anyone's got... I feel history is so hard to break into because I guess it's like I want broad sweeps rather than a specific thing, but I guess that's not history if you're doing broad sweeps. I think the Sapiens by Yuval Noah, I heard today. Like, I read it and I loved it, but historians say, like, bro, you're fluffing so much up, like so much is wrong. But it's like, yeah, all of human history can't be wrapped up into 500 pages effectively, really. I think he does a great job of it, but you have to simplify, you have to condense. It's like if I tried to sum up The Revenant in a YouTube short, I guess the best you can do is short of good, right? The Way of the Bushman, now that sounds sick. Shamanic voices coming home to the Pleistocene, all history and... Okay, The Way of the Bushman, that sounds up my alley. The Way of the Bushman. I do want to know their way. Man, that's pretty cool. Cool. It's got great reviews, damn. Interesting. Ratatouille. A lot feels like bro science in it. Kind of. But hey, I'm a bro. Broken read. Yeah, but I like Yuval as a writer. Like, he does write really well. He does condense ideas broadly, nicely. I read all his books so far, so I am biased, but I do like it. Those are the topics I like broad sweeps, generalizations. Allows me to just be like, yeah, I feel like I get it. You think I want to read actual history books? No, I'm trying to get as little history as I can get to feel like I know history. Born to Run, another life-changing book for many people. Born to Run. Born to Run. Interesting. The Hidden Tribe, the Ultra Runners, and the greatest race the world has never seen. I recently got a book about running. I don't run and I hate it, but Thousand Splendid Suns. My mom keeps recommending that. If it's the right book that I'm thinking about. Is it about a Arab woman? Yeah, my mom says to keep reading that. I had it in my hand the other day and I was like, should I really read it? Okay. Okay. Bars. Do you like to read about important historical figures? I don't really, but I could be convinced. I recommend Zen Guitar. Yeah, Roger. Zen Guitar. Zen Guitar. A spiritual guide to music. Interesting. contemplative handbook that draws on ancient Eastern wisdom. Bars. Also a teacher whose channel name is Predictive History. He teaches a lot of conspiracy, like alternative history. What do you read to have such a good sense of communicating ideas? You always to be clear and know what to say without saying and pausing all the time. Or is it because you read a lot in general? I think that's more trained just from doing YouTube videos, and like it matters to me to be articulate, so I try to. Oh, and my dad's a teacher, so every time I used to say like, he'd be like, stop saying like. So I tried, so it's been forced, I was made very aware of it a few years ago. So now I still have fillers, especially when you'll know if I'm nervous if I start doing a lot of filler words. Mao's Last Dancer, autobiography of Li Cixin, detailing his journey from extreme poverty in rural China to becoming a world-renowned ballet dancer. Really good read. Interesting. Mao's Last Dancer. I thought it was going to be about Mao. Born to Draw by Peter Han. Hold on. No way. I didn't know about that. Did Peter Han write a book? When I search Peter Han, I show up. That's so funny. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't lie. Born to Draw by Peter Han? Am I tripping? Born to Draw by Peter Han. The book 400 Days is good. I don't read nonfiction, but Garth Nix's Keys to the Kingdom is a fun fiction series. Keys to the Kingdom. I've never heard of it before. Fillers are a habit, but you can quit it if you're conscious. Yeah. Yeah, you could. Oh, damn it. In recording videos, like, you have to, filler again, you have to sort of speak concisely. And if I do filler words, I can't cut. Whereas if I stay silent when I'm thinking, I can cut. So you'll notice I cut my videos a lot because I notice I speak in chunks like this. I like say a lot of words and I stop. And I say a lot of words and I stop. I don't have a regular pace, so. Someone asks, when you draw dynamic poses, are you thinking of muscles and details or boxes and cylinders? I'm thinking of both, eventually. I mean, at this point, the idea with learning is that you practice individual things like this. Like, this is muscle, this is basics, and this is light. And then over time, having sketched and drawn and all this stuff, it just becomes merged into, now when I'm drawing, I'm thinking about whatever I need to in order to get to the desired outcome, right? You start merging it at the higher levels, and that's what we'd call like mastery. Or I use mastery in the term of, mastery does not mean the best or everything's figured out. It means you are ready to experiment beyond the rules, which would be the techniques. So it's like in my sketchbook, like these are exercises, right? Like that's an exercise. This is an exercise. But this is just drawing for fun. This is trying to figure out how to combine basic forms with anatomy. And it's really in here that you're synthesizing what you learned. Imagine the exercises are data collection. This is like pure measurements and data collection. I'm a scientist. I did some experiments and I have the data. Drawing combining it is like hypothesizing, what could we do with this? And you start saying, if I went down this line of thinking, what would happen? If I drew these conclusions, how would that look? And you start to just see what you can do with your information. And then that's how you come up with a new conclusion, right? It's like looking at data in a new way, kind of. I made 100 grand this year, yeah. Still feel like I'm behind time, still waiting the day goes. Yeah, once you practice the drills, the real individuality comes from merging or seeing how you can combine those drills into real expression and not just being a, like, your book is beautiful. I'm always happy when you show pages of it. Ah, thanks. It's pretty late, isn't it? Kind of. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while. Peter Han versus Kim Jung Gi versus Proko versus Zeph versus Mike Matesi versus Broken Jaw. Who'd win? In what domain? Kim Jung Gi probably, but it depends what. I think Proko would do the most realistic figure. I think Kim Jung Gi would do the best drawing. Kim Jung Gi would do the best anatomy. Mike Matesi would do the best gestures. Morpho would do the clearest diagrams. Peter Han would explain how to draw the best. And Zeph would give the best exercises. And I would learn the most. What's all that writing in your books? Like, what all should we be actively writing when trying to learn? Because I've written notes. My notes are for me trying to just synthesize stuff. I write whatever. I treat my sketchbook like a journal now. Like the last, it's not a sketchbook, bro. I'm just writing. I'm trying to explain stuff to myself and to. I just write everything, and then there's. I write stuff that I'm reading from my books. I will write. I'm trying to understand why we can't draw. So this is called Why We Can't Draw. Let's see. The problem with bad drawings is because you can't observe the world as it is. You can't simplify it intentionally. Like a bad story, you aren't able to decide which information is relevant and which is not. You have blind spots, and blind spots are the root of all mistakes and poor decisions. Let that simmer. Yeah, I just take notes on whatever's interesting. Sometimes it's unrelated. Yeah, trying to figure out business stuff, the course. And then just drawing. Scheduling. Most of it's been taking notes for the plan for the course release. Yeah. Your writing will help. Yeah, writing just helps you process information. How many hours a day do you draw? This year, the start of this year has been the time I've drawn the least probably in a while, because I'm kind of doing other stuff at the moment. I'm drawing, but I'm not really like studying. Like, I haven't drawn since the last stream. So since I drew this, I've only taken note. Like, maybe I've drawn, I think I've drawn a little bit. I drew some figures. Like, I'm just so the last things I drew, some are, oh, I did a lot of studies. Actually, I did draw. I just haven't, I've been doing studies, and I did tons of silhouettes. I did these weird 2-value studies, as I was saying, really ugly, but I've been figuring that out. I've been trying to figure out how to draw in perspective and explaining stuff, trying to figure out perspective, trying to figure out rotations. Drawing some faces, did some, that was on stream. Some figures, I won't show that. Yeah, I mean, I've been drawing, but more like, I do this on stream, and then, what period of your life do you think you work the hardest on your art? I haven't really had my foot, this is probably the first time I've had my foot off the gas, although I'd say I'm still drawing an average of like 2 to 3 hours a day. It depends what you call drawing, though. I haven't been studying art. I've been trying to draw for clarity, although that's still studying. Like, I have been doing, I don't know, it's a weird question. It's a hard question to answer. The period of time I was drawing the most was in maybe a year, right when I started my YouTube channel. And a year before that. That was like drawing like so much. Although in the okay, so 4 years ago, I was on sketchbook 2. 8 years ago, I was on sketchbook 1. No, 8 years ago, I was on sketchbook 1. 4 years ago, I was on sketchbook 3. 2 years later, I was on sketchbook 10. Since sketchbook 10, I'm on sketchbook 22 now. So I've exponentially drawn more. Now this is nice. Thanks. I have a minor in business administration. I hated accounting. Oh, it scares me too. Just want to give you quick kudos on the book of drills. Fantastic exercise and well worth the investment. Thank you for putting it out there. Great asset for my arsenal. Love to hear that, Toby dog. You're my dog for real. When did you start drawing in earnest? I think that, I'm assuming that means like taking it seriously. 7 years ago, I started drawing. 7 years ago is when I started that first sketchbook. And when I started that first sketchbook, it was like, I'm going to draw. That took me 2 years to fill out. Now the sketchbooks take me like a month. This was a month, but most of it's writing again. Now it's just like a brain book. I'm so excited for this course. I'm making a little drawing. Look at this doodle. Look at that guy. So cute. Anyway, why am I, what is this? Get out of here. Oh, I baited you. That's not the drawing, by the way. Whoever saw that. The more you draw, basically. We all sit and sympathize. Might as well enjoy the ride. About to take... part of me wants to color this. We'll see what the day brings. I was going to do this and then do some 2-value studies. Ooh, I haven't done a little plug for, if you guys want to join the course, email in the link in the description. But something that I'm preparing for the course, because I've taken art courses, I've taken classes, I've taken workshops. I know that in all of the cases I've taken them, I have not attended all the classes because I wasn't sure of myself. I didn't like to. I got bored. I got scared of submitting the work. So I'm trying to make it. I know that you only improve when you do the work, right? So for the courses, I'm preparing homework and projects for every week, but I'm also doing them all and recording all the homework so that you get me doing all of it and I'm giving you, like, 1 week it's 100 silhouette drawings, and I've curated all the images on a document, so you don't have to spend, that takes like an hour to find 100 images. I found all the images. I did all the examples so you can look at them, but I also recorded the whole process. So if you have any questions about how to do it, you can watch it. And then there's the actual critique I give you. So then it's like we're already overcoming most of the problems you're going to have because you can watch it, and I've prepared the reference so that you can maximize the time you're drawing. And then when you ask me questions, it's based on the critique you've already gotten from seeing how I would do it. And then so we're like overcoming. I really think it'll, yeah, I've taken art courses. I want to make this a course that people really like. Learn. If you don't create the best drawing you've ever made in your life, I failed. Anyway, if you want to sign up, waitlist for that course, for that workshop, link in the description. Or no, email me. You have to email me because that's the only way. When drawing people with jackets, t-shirts, hoodies, hoodies can be that easy. Whoa, I know it's late when I stop knowing how to read language. Hoodies can be that easy to the point where you can draw it without erasers. But drawing RPG game characters really need guides or mannequins. Yeah, it's so complicated. Step 0, it starts with the spirit. Hell yeah. If you had to start over but you had your current brain, do you still think it would take 7 years to reach your skill? Since mileage matters too? If I had to... Oh, if I forgot about art, but I learned how to draw... I thought how I did today, it would take less than 7 years for sure. How much is the course? It'll be a workshop. It's an 8-week workshop. I think it'll be $800. I'll have to check, but it's what a workshop costs. Like if you go to any workshop I've taken is about $800 to $1,200. But in my experience, education has been the fastest way to grow. So, but if that's not your cup of tea, you got the book, Don't let me take your hard-earned dollars if you don't want to. Well, I don't know if it's going to be $800, but it's definitely not going to be cheaper than $800 as far as I know. Bro is live. But I'm not gonna release it until I know it's gonna be the best course or workshop you've taken. So, and I've had imposter syndrome with why should I teach a course when everyone else has courses? But I realized just because they can draw better doesn't mean I can't actually transform your art more than you would with a better teacher. Do you have a frame of time? I'm getting married in May. I gotta make sure I can afford rent, lol. Congratulations, Evan. Wow. Happy engagement. That's amazing. It would probably be around May. It would be before June. Between March to June. In quarter 2. That's amazing, Evan. Let's get some W's in the chat for Evan, guys. Oh, that's a good point between university classes. Oh, you're right. I should probably do it between... I didn't think about that. W's in the chat for Evan. Yeah, WWW. Real one out here. Yeah, actually, I haven't thought about it. May is probably the optimal time if... well, it'll be 8 weeks, so what is the time Yeah, university ends for about 8 weeks. May to June. May, June, July. Maybe April to June. April, beginning of April to June. Do you ever think about art like chess? How many moves ahead are you making when filling a page? As someone who's not very high rated, I don't think I should, but no, I don't think about art like chess. There's some things that feel like chess, but not art to me. I'm gonna go to take drawing lessons with God now. Good night. Mind Zombie. Good night. Let me know what he tells you. Or she. God could be a woman. Who knows? Ariana Grande said it first. I think that's her song. Thank you all for coming. Hope you like the show. Oh, you gonna know, yeah. Bro's poker demons are calling him. Who's playing poker? I love poker. I love poker. I wanted to be a professional poker player for a while. A few things like chess. Oh, that's what you mean, a few things like chess. No, poker and chess are like complete opposite spectrums of games. Like almost as opposite as you could come up with. They are fundamentally different ways of thinking. In fact, there's an argument that chess isn't a game. It's just a simulation. Because games have... One definition of a game is that there is human entropy, that it's an iterative process that depends on the behavior of the person. But chess is just, there's one solution and humans just make mistakes. There are an infinite amount of ways to play chess. There's just only one way to win chess. Like there's always one best move. And so it's not really a game, it's more discovery. And my definition of the game here is this. This is the argument in a book called Thinking in Bets, where they compare the game of poker is a lack of information and human influence, whereas chess is no lack of information. It's a lack of calculation, because we just if you have two perfect robots, chess is just a simulation, which, as we've seen, happens. There are infinite ways to play chess. Yeah, there's an infinite amount of games that can be played. But again, yeah, it's I guess a computer can calculate chess too, but there's chance involved. Sorry, poker. Anyway, you got me on a spiel. I love poker. Man, I miss poker nights. Something I yearn for, guys. Poker needs luck, absolutely. Poker doesn't need... Oh, yeah, yes, poker... Poker doesn't need luck. Poker needs... In order for it to be played, it needs uncertainty. Otherwise, it's not the game. Good old days for real, bro. Every line I draw is a blunder. Every line you draw is just two big question marks. I've got one brilliant move before. I'm so happy. It was kind of a weak brilliant move, obviously, but I'll take it. That computer was like, what? Double exclamation? But I like it because I get to practice my intuition. I haven't played poker much, but I like it. Yeah, poker's great. Poker is, I think, a wonderful game for people to learn because it is more like real life than chess is. Chess goes, if you make the better moves, you'll win. Poker goes, you can make the best move possible and get unlucky and just still lose. And I think there's a piece to that. Knowing that in a game, that's true. You kind of expect that in life, and that's true. You could do everything right, and then just a bus runs a red light. And it's like, night, night. You didn't do anything wrong. You just got a bad draw. Respawn and try again. Are you guys even seeing what I'm drawing? I feel like I'm so zoomed out, yeah. Respawn, yeah, if you can. Depends which god you worship. How do you compare your art style to your friend Thoro? I took his mentorship. I took his mentorship too. That's how I met him. And then it turns out he lives where I live. I'm like, yo, that's epic. How do you compare your art style? Truthfully, since I met him, I copied a lot of his art style. Like, I see it in my drawings. So, how would I compare them? I don't know. His is much more decisive, and he has more knowledge of form overlaps. His perspective is much more solid. I draw from imagination a lot more than he does, actually. He studies a lot more than I do. I've learned a lot from him. Probably the most influential artist on me in the last year is Thoro. Went to Lightbox with him. It was awesome. So great to have an art friend, bro. I didn't really have one before. Really nice. You learn so much more when you have someone to bounce ideas off of. We're both teachers too. It's fantastic. We're both teachers. It's amazing. We're both around the same age. It's great. It's good stuff, you know. It's good stuff. So much potential things. Yeah, he told me y'all were buds. Let's go. Kim Jung Gi can literally draw anything, but I've never seen him draw dinosaurs. Yeah, me neither. Are we almost done? What? This is a endeavor, bro. Endeavor. Overrated hero, for real, for real. Endeavor. Oh boy. Obligatory opinion on AI art. I think AI is cool. I don't think AI art has much. What's my opinion on AI art? I don't have a very strong opinion of it. Let me see. Let me just see what's running through my head here. Of all the things AI could be doing, like AI is just a way to save time and money and automate things. Of things that could be automated, art is low on the totem pole of necessity. Like medical centers could really use good AI programs. Accounting firms and stuff like that. Things where a lot of data goes through companies and needs to be sorted quickly, efficiently, and without mistakes, without human error. That's huge. That's important. AI can do great there. AI is already doing that stuff. AI art, it's like we don't really need it. But there's a big benefit to people who want art to be made faster. It's just that those people aren't artists. Yeah, everyone uses Spotify uses AI for their rap. Spotify uses AI for their shuffle algorithm. Everything, like AI is just algorithms, iterative algorithms. That's all AI is. It's just something that learns on its own to adapt. Like every algorithm is AI because it takes the information of your behavior and updates it every time you refresh. Those things are all like, yeah, they that makes sense. I think the only reason people are upset with art is because art is such a like a meaningful career and a hard thing to pursue already. Although I won't be biased and say AI should replace other people's jobs, other people's hard-earned jobs, not the art industry. You know, I think that's a little unfair where people go like, why is AI taking art jobs? Take the cab driver's job. It's like, bro, it sucks that anyone's job is getting taken away from AI, but you know, indirectly, ow, why does my thumb hurt? Indirectly, it's people are technically, the market is saying that it wants it, right? Like if we use Spotify Wrapped more because it has better AI, we end up, well, this is a scary thing I read in the Sapiens sequel, Homo Deus. It's like the better AI gets, the more we just want to use it. Eventually, it's just too good that nothing else competes, so you'd be actually acting against your own interest to not use it. Like Google Maps is a good example. The more people choose to give Google their location when they're traveling, the better Google will be able to serve you. And so eventually it reaches a critical mass where you're like, I might as well give them my privacy because then I never get lost. And then I save time and then blah, blah, and then that's how we end up in some surveillance. Well, we're already in a surveillance state, but my dad told me not to talk about contentious issues on stream, so I'm gonna stop. Biggest supporter looking out for me. I don't know. I think I toe the line. I'm towing the line between controversial and based. Yo, bro, what up, Jax? My biggest concern is right now AI is being able to recreate someone's voice and appearance. Oh yeah. I mean, that's crazy. That's, the thing is the security concerns, dude. Like, YouTubers are using that already. It's a very useful tool for people who are busy and want to automate content. But the security risk of being able to have your likeness, who's suing? I think Matthew McConaughey is copywriting his own identity to prevent it from being uploaded as like a way to, yeah, he's copywriting himself. Because you could, I mean, yeah, it's still in, I keep falling for AI slop, dude. I just watched a video of like 4 convicted people being like, the judge is like, you've been convicted for 80 years. And he's like, come on, make it 30. And then they start arguing. And then it turned out to be AI slop. And I watched the whole thing. And I was like, bro, that's crazy. And I got, God, damn. Today I got AI slop baited and rage baited. And that was by you. So I don't, you guys are one-on-one against AI right now, but I got AI slop baited. Whatever I can't tell, it's AI. It's literally getting a little depressed. Yeah, it is depressed. Hi, Tiny Reiki. Viggy says, man, your composition is so good. How do you balance gradually diminished details in the background while still leading the idea elements to find to be important? Thanks for the critique, bro. It helped a lot. Hey, appreciate you. How do I, if you notice, my drawings struggled a lot with that. It's generally a big weakness. Yeah, like you gotta, yeah, balance where you choose to put more and less information. I'm not sure. I've just focused on it more recently. I recognize that was a weakness in my compositions. So the thing is, that question doesn't have a simple answer, but looking for the answer for a week will just make you better at it. Like, think about that. Just keep thinking about that when you're drawing. And that way, when you draw, you'll be like, I like it now. And then you go, why? And you go, oh, what did I do differently? Or I don't like it still. And then you can figure out what you like and don't like, and then you'll find the answer for yourself in that case. Because I don't really know what I did. I just started. First, it started by recognizing I don't like my compositions. It's not a very good answer, but it's 1 in the morning and my brain's fried, low-key. Intent, mileage, and discerning what seems to work, what doesn't. Yeah. Will you ever stream on Twitch, brother? Maybe. I don't know. All right, I'll just keep working at it. At least the mech design spam. Yeah, you've definitely been improving your form for sure. But yeah. Bro, what are these lyrics? What is this song? You guys have to see this. I'm sorry. Look what this is what, YouTube autoplayed. Okay, I can't show you the lyrics. It just has said and again and again and again and again for about 20 seconds now. Oh my God. What shampoo do you use? I'm going to start adding it in the bottom now too. My pen and then my shampoo. I use Trace Sem. Used to watch Modern Day James years ago. He wanted to become Kim Jung Gi, but he ended up moving into animation. Do you have any other interests? The funny thing is, I talked to him about this. I moved into animation and then went into Kim Jung Gi drawing, and he went from Kim Jung Gi drawing into animation. La la la. I should not whistle on stream. Yeah. Lie, 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 and try to hide, and now you know it. Long enough to play piano, I'm appreciate all the help as always. Keep killing it. Thank you, Viggy. 10 years I shall become a bro that can draw. Hell yeah. How can one get distracted and draw absentmindedly? Not get distracted. I don't know. Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? Oh, yeah. Bot account doesn't know. You're not in the know, bro. You're not letting it clock. It's not clocking to you, bro. When will you wear wigs? In India, if you walk on a road while whistling, that means you hitting on someone. That's true. I don't know about India, but here in like Canada, if you're whistling at a girl, you're cooked. You're cooked, bro. Jail instantly. No, unfortunately not, but don't do that. Don't be whistling at people. Broken. That shit's broken. See, silhouette exercises, 2 value studies. Bro, you got to lock in and do the exercises. They literally help you in your drawing. You guys want the real? You guys want some real talk? You already know the exercise you got to do. You just got to do it. There's no easier way. Like, you just got to do it more. I mean, that's the truth, low key. And now, I can keep giving you guys exercise and telling you what things extra you can do. But the truth is, you just got to do one exercise until, like, you can do it to the level that you see it being done on videos. And if you can do that, then sure, then move on. But if you don't do that, pick anything. Just draw. Just draw more. Like, honestly, pick something and just do it. Because there's not going to be a perfect way to get better at drawing. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think it's possible. In theory, sure, but in application, you just got to draw. That's the real talk. I know third PHP, mate. Brother is crazy. Oh, cool. It's okay, bought your foreign. I felt like I cannot connect my gesture drawing skills to the construction approach right now. Any advice? Give your drawing... Try to make boxes feel dynamic. Try to do a gesture line and then put your mannequin onto it and see if you can exaggerate your mannequin. Your mannequin's probably just stiff, your structure. Probably just have stiff structure, low key. Bank. Now this dude's pointing to someone. Maybe they're like, dude, you can't drink here. And he's like, oh, he's drinking here. He's drinking. Why can't I drink? Like, Donald, what do we tell you, bro? Donald, you gotta stop. Bethany's at home. She misses you, man. But he's drinking here. Sorry. Sorry, I don't know what all that was about. My bad. What are you drinking? I feel for Bethany. Was it Becky or Bethany? I feel for Bethany, bro. Donald needs to go home. He's drinking on the street. All right. Bars. I think we did it. So, where should the date go? What's the furthest you've reached in Challenge 52? I'm almost done week 3. It's my first year doing it. I gotta catch up. 250 cylinders is 250 primitive forms is easy, so I was sort of ignoring it this week, but I gotta catch up. Yeah, I'm not upset with this. The same bet. Okay. Let's see if we can give this some. How long do you draw per day? This is all I've drawn today, so. I mean, truthfully, I've drawn for I could do this in probably 60% of the time if I wasn't. Although I wouldn't do this if I wasn't on stream either, so. I don't try to draw from imagination like this unless I'm drawing for a stream. I'm just experimenting. I'm seeing what. Okay, and let's give. I think having a kid will be cool. All right, but here we go. If my kid can't draw well, out of the house. Sukuna in your drawing. That's funny. Going in on this drawing, it's awesome. Bro, so much going on in this drawing. Thanks, Evan. This drawing got layers of lore. Bro's doing the Rasengan. There's a traffic jam. There's a frog flipping off a horse. Yeah, I don't know. There's this escape from Tarkov type thing happening here. I don't know what's happening. Bro, why does Christian music keep playing? What is going on? What I have no like history of listening to Christian tunes. I don't know why it keeps playing. Oh boy, that is drawn. We have drawn, guys. Bro, what is that pen you use to color? Same pen, right here. How long do you draw a day? How long does each drawing? How long do you study versus create? I don't know, a few hours a day, 4 minutes. On average, a week, probably 2. But I used to draw, you have to draw more than that, but if you want to improve, but, well, not if you want to improve, you just have to draw if you want to improve. All right, we have drawn. I'm tired. It always goes way longer than I think. I gotta either yap less or not fill up a whole ass. How did you do in high school? How did you think it affects your career? I did a lot of art in high school. How did you do in high school? I did good. Started a gambling ring. Poker, not. Played poker a lot in high school. Drew a lot. Passed. I got good grades. It was chill. I didn't need good grades. I went to art school, but. Bars, guys. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for watching. Do you think the Riley method for gesture? I've never done it. I don't know. Guys, thank you. I miss blackjack. I miss Uno. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Oh, the chat's catching up here. Oh, my bad. Take care, broken draw. See you next time. Pano senpai. Cheers. Thanks, everybody. We're done. We did it. We filled out the page. That's week 4. That's week 3. Week 2 and week 1 over here. Let's see. Week 2 and week 1. Steadily improving, I think. Building out compositions. Building out space. And yeah, having fun along the way. So cheers, guys. Thanks for joining for so long. At least some of you guys have been here for a minute. Appreciate you. Thank you. And take care. Congratulations, Evan. And thanks for joining, you guys. I will see you. 6-hour stream is crazy. Holy crap. I didn't realize. Bye, everybody.